Toast, 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 toast. Yo, let's make a toast, completing the goals we set to do. We'll be stuck in the hole. It's a marathon, not a race. Stick with the pace and stay in your place. It's champagne for the celebration. I'm full of life like it's dedication. Your hollow souls is my meditation and my legislation. I do this for fun and not for the funds. They call me a shield in Hebrew for guns, protecting my energy, pray for my enemies, blessing the fans. Send me the addy, I'm there, hustling hard, collecting my shares. If it ain't truth, you know I don't care. Evil is something I feel in the air. To whom it may concern. Yato dollars, not wisdom. Nah, I ain't respecting it. Trying to play the most high, like you won't get checked in your residence. Corny Instagram clowns, swearing like we ain't out here getting it. These dudes ain't getting the money I'm getting, so when they talk cash, it's irrelevant. I'm riding clean in the Range Rover. You played yourself, now it's game over. The red dot in between the shoulders to the booster shot. I ain't talking cold. When the cards are dealt, you gotta deal with it. Shout out to the ones that's real with it. When it's time for war, they in the field with it. You on the Lord's side, step over here. You on the world's side, step over there. A toast to all of my people, cheers, put your cups in the air. You on the Lord's side, step over here. You on the world's side, step over there. A toast to all of my people, cheers, put your cups in the air. You on the Lord's side, step over here. You on the world's side, step over there. A toast to all of my people, cheers, put your cups in the air. You on the Lord's side, step over here. You on the world's side, step over there. A toast to all of my people, cheers, put your cups in the air. You get what you give, so put in the work. Afterwards, you enjoy all the perks. Actions always speak louder than words. You talking too much, you just want to be heard. If you're doing good, keep your prayers up. If you're doing bad, keep your prayers up. During hard times, yeah, I know it's tough, but you gotta get up. Fool me once, that's shame on you. Fool me twice, that's shame on me. The sermon is key, my wrist is on freeze, feeling like it's below 0 degrees. The more that I see, the more that I learn. You're not in your grind, then bridges will burn. Recognize when it's your time. Everybody get a turn. Do your thing when it's showtime. I rip hard when it's go time. I'm praising Yahweh to kingdom come, and the Mashiach Yahweh Shai's son. As soon as he come, the wicked is done. Don't matter the place or set that you from. Don't matter the place or set that you from. You on the Lord's side, step over here. You on the world's side, step over there. A toast to all of my people, cheers, put your cups in the air. You on the Lord's side, step over here. You on the world's side, step over there. A toast to all of my people, cheers, put your cups in the air. You on the Lord's side, step over here. You on the world's side, step over there. A toast to all of my people, cheers, put your cups in the air. You on the Lord's side, step over here. You on the world's side, step over there. A toast to all of my people, cheers, put your cups in the air. Put your cups in the air. Put your cups in the air.
Shabbat Shalom, Shabbat Shalom.
Shalom, shalom. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Shabbat Shalom.
All praises.
Yeah, I see.
All praises. Happy Shabbat Shalom. Shalom, my brother.
All praise and honor, glory to the Most High. Yahweh Shema Mashiach Yahweh Shai, Shabbat Shalom. Damn, it's been a while. You know what I'm saying? I had to get this thing. I had to start figuring things. I'm like, damn, Joker rusty out here. You know what I mean? So all praise and honor, glory to the Most High. I figured it out. I uploaded most of the stuff. You know, but introduce yourselves, Akim. You know what I mean?
Shabbat Shalom, Soldier Elijah from the servants say we're enduring to the end. Let's do it.
Yeah, Aliyah, man. Yeah.
You hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can.
I can hear y'all.
Go out and come back in, Aliyah.
Hold on.
Yeah, so all praise, honor, glory to the Most High. Listen, press the like, comment, you know, share, Baba Kushar, let the people know we in here, right? Like, comment, share, let the people know we in here. You know, we got to get more active with these lives. And we gotta get the real official StreamYard, because this free stuff is kind of basic. You know what I'm saying? We could put the logos and all that, get a little loopy with everything. So we definitely got to tap in. You know what I'm saying? We kind of behind most camps and congregations, even though we're not in no competition. But shout out to the camps and the congregations that got they StreamYard looking fly. We trying to get fly too. You know what I mean? We trying to get fly too. You know, presentation is always the first presentation. The first, presentation is most of the time is a lot to everybody. You know, people don't want to see fuzzy videos. We try to give them the best quality videos. That's why we have certain brothers record. You know, you that presentation, it means a lot to certain people, man. You know, so Aliyah, can you hear us yet or what? You're on mute now.
Yeah.
You can hear us?
Hi.
You figured it out? Okay, so introduce yourself real quick.
Khan, Mr. Aliyah, Shalom.
All right. He's being humble, chief officer of the body. You know, we got a lot to speak about. Y'all see what's going on. A lot of y'all jokers getting ready for tomorrow, right? Y'all buying flowers, y'all buying chocolates, right? You don't check on your mama. You don't check on your mama the rest of the year, right? But you want to check on her during this time. And it's kind of fake, man. It's kind of fake. You know, if you look at the numbers, the statistics, the what they call the people that sell flowers, the florists.
Florists, yeah.
Right. The florists, you can look up the statistics. They make 70% of their business during Mother's Day and Valentine's Day. That's the 70% of their business throughout the whole year. You know what that means? Y'all not looking out and buying your mother's flowers during the rest of the year. This is when y'all come and spend your money on flowers. You know, and the next time you probably give your mama flowers is at a funeral. Let's be honest. Besides Mother's Day and Valentine's Day, when do you think of your mother? When do you think to buy flowers for your mother besides her funeral, man? You got to consider these things. All of these things, and this is straight statistics, man. Let's go real quick. Let's start up with Exodus 20 and 12, Baba Kashaw. Right? Before I go into, because I want to show y'all something. I got this Holman Illustrated Pocket Bible Dictionary, right? I'm going to read something out of there, but I want the Lord to come out first. Go ahead, Elijah. When you got it, go ahead, read it.
The book of Exodus, chapter 20 and verse 12. Honor thy mother and thy father, that their days may be long upon the land which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Right. So honor thy father and thy mother, that you would lengthen your timeline, man. You know, when you got a different type of relationship with your mother and your father, right? And when it says honor, let's break it down. When it says honor, it means with respect, right? With love, not with gifts, not with flowers. That's not how you honor your mother. You understand? That's not how you honor your father. You honor them by treating them with the knowledge of God, by showing them respect as the ones that the Lord used to bring you forth on this earth. You understand? And before I even tap into that, I didn't even shout out Ephraimite McGunn, man. Shout out to Ephraimite McGunn. His album is online. You can find it on every streaming platform. It's on YouTube. Y'all just heard the song is the intro. Give a toast. You know, I just want to plug that in. You know, yeah, let's get back to the program. You know, honor your mother not with gifts, but with respect. Honor your father with not with gifts, but with respect and love, man. That you may lengthen your days, man. Right? That when you have that relationship with your mother and your father, if they're still alive, and you know, it's a beautiful thing to make your parents smile. It's a beautiful thing to have a relationship where you could call, hey, Ma, how you doing, man? What's going on? What's happening? You all right? You know, because I'm getting that now. I haven't been there my whole life. You know, my father died at an early age, but I'm getting in a better place with my mother, and it feels very good. It's like a stress reliever. I've never been a mama's boy. I'm a grandma boy, but my grandma died early too. So now I understand, you know, and I'm gonna give a quick testimony. When my mother was on crack, right, and she was a junkie, I used to curse my mother. I used to say, you crackhead, you this, you that, you ain't worth nothing, all types of stuff. And the crazy part is the Most High reversed that with my first 3 children. Really, my sons. My daughter ain't on it like that. But my first 2 sons, you know, the Most High used them to say the same things that I've said to my mother. They said the same things to me. I'm a deadbeat. I ain't worth nothing. I was a junkie. So I know how that thing stings, man. And I can't take nothing but eat it. But when you understand the Lord's judgment, you'll realize, damn, I never honored my mother, even in her lowest state. But now I understand, right? Like Tupac said, dear mama, and they said, now I understand. You couldn't raise a man, but now I understand. So through that experience, you know, I can give you a true testimony, and it's real, man. If you don't honor your mother and your father, and we're going to read that, we're going to go into Sirach, the 3rd chapter, right? We're going to go into that, but this is how you live longer, man. It soothes your soul, your spirit. It gets more right because you got somebody that you could fall back on when it comes to just talking, man. That conversation, that therapeutic conversation. You know what I mean? Don't nobody know you more, especially if your mama and your daddy raised you, than your mama and your daddy, man. Don't nobody know you more. Don't nobody can give you the best advice when it comes to life. Not if they're not in the truth now. If they're not in the truth, you got to learn to discern their advice and their instructions, right? That's where wisdom comes in. That's where discernment comes in. But you still pay attention and chew the meat and spit out the bones because they dropping a lot of jewels. They've been here. They know how your mother know how your father was. Your father know how your mother was. So all of those spirits, all of that energy, all of that experience that they had together, they both, you had it plenty of times. Your mother said, man, you look just like your dad. Your daddy used to do that, right? Or then your daddy tell you, oh man, you look like your mama. You acting like your mama. Your mama used to do that. Because this is a spiritual thing, man. You are who your father is. But in a spiritual thing also, of course, your father determines your nationality, but you are who your mother is too. Right? Not your nationality, but your spirit, your characteristics, right? So this is a spiritual thing, and this is why the Lord says to honor thy father and thy mother, man, right? And we're gonna get more in detail with that, but let me read this real quick, right? Now, matter of fact, I'm gonna read this one later. I want to read this since we're going into the Mother's Day thing, right? This book, see this book? I'm trying to. Okay. The Condom Encyclopedia of Symbols, right? By what's this guy named Udo Becker. So on page 2003, I mean 203, right? On page 203, it says mother cult. Because see, the love and respect that we're supposed to have for our mothers and fathers don't mean we worship them. Don't mean we put them before our creator, our ultimate creator. Because yes, your mother and father created you, but the Most High created them and knew who was going to come out of them. The Most High created all. So you worship the creator and not the creations, right? So it says mother cult. The cultic religious worship of mother deities such as Demeter, Isis, Cybele, Ma, usually in the connection with fertility cults, mother cults, were particularly common in the Near East, influenced by Greco-Roman and ancient Germanic cults. So you got to learn to separate when the Lord says, honor thy mother and thy father, right, from a Mother's Day. Honoring thy father and thy mother is every day. Is not the paganism that you're celebrating without even knowing. Because you celebrate, our people, especially the Blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans, we celebrate things on a daily basis that we have no idea what's the origins of it. We don't even try to just a quick Google search, you know, and yes, Google should be your friends. Google should be your friends. A lot of our folks, they just won't comprehend they don't even care to look it up. You know, they don't even care. The scriptures say they don't consider. Aliyah, whenever you want to chime in, you could jump in. Just don't jump in with no scriptures just yet. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to chime in, just let me know. Right?
I did add one song I want to bring out as well too.
Okay.
If I can say it real quick. But I'm gonna read this. Like you said, Google is your best friend. Right. So I just simply Googled the origin of Mother's Day. Right. And it says the origin.
We're gonna get to that,
I
Yeah. Slow down.
Oh yeah, God.
Slow down. Let's slow walk the dog around the park. You know what I'm saying? Slow walk the dog. Don't speed walk. You know what I'm saying?
God.
Let's go to Sirach, the 8th chapter. I mean the 3rd chapter, Salaki. Start from the first verse, King.
The book of Sirach, chapter 3 and verse 1. Hear me, your father, O children, and do thereafter, that ye may be safe.
Right.
For the Lord have...
Go ahead.
Verse 2. For the Lord have given the fathers honor over the children, and had confirmed the authority of the mother over the sons.
You see that? So the Lord said, the scriptures say, hear me, your father, O children, and do thereafter, that ye may be safe. This is part of our safeness. This is what keeps us safe. Once again, from that counsel you get from them, right? The love, because they going, and it's crazy because we going to jump into Rodney Hinton right after, but you seen the love that this man displayed for his son. You could say what you want, you could disagree, you know what I'm saying? You might not have the same views and opinions as us as Israelites, you know what I mean? But and right or wrong, however you see it, we don't disagree with y'all. Whatever, you could see it both ways, but you can't deny the love that man displayed for his son, man. That's some real love, man. That's no gifts. You understand? That's not a gift. The Lord you're not giving your father no flowers and a toolbox with a cologne, right? And some slippers for Father's Day. The hell with that, right? And for that love, whatever that love and connection that man had with his son, he was willing to lose it all and crash out for his boy, man. You see what I'm saying? And if he could, imagine if he would have had to drop on the police officers that was ready to unalive his son. Imagine what he would have did if he was right there in that scene. He would have crashed the car into all of them too. A man like that, you gotta see that love and display, and that's why the Lord say that ye may be safe, right? Because that protection from a father, that protection from a mother, you see it with the animal kingdom, man. You know what I mean? You see there was a video that I shared recently with an owl that was sitting there, because the owl was nocturnal. So the owl was sitting there during the day, it was protecting his babies, and a falcon came and ate one of his babies. So that owl stood on standby, but the owl don't come out during the daytime. The owl come out at night. So that owl stood on him and waited. You know what I'm saying? I guess it's seen where that joker flew or had its sense, however the Lord created it. And it showed that owl going to that falcon's nest at nighttime when the falcon can't fly. Right? The falcon can't fly at nighttime. And he came and tore his babies up. You know what I mean? The mama owl came and tore them babies up from that falcon mama. You know? So you got to understand that spirit of that safety net is even in the animals, man. You see that you touch a bear, you touch a bear's cubs, a mama bear, the mama bear go crazy. You know, and that's when you look at when Elisha called for some reason he called she bears. He didn't call no male bears. Them she bears is different. Even in the pit bull, with the pit bulls, the female pit bulls are more aggressive than the male pit bulls. And it's just something in them, right? I guess that mother's nature. So it says, for the Lord have given the father honor over the children and have confirmed over the children, Salakia, and have confirmed the authority of the mother over the sons. So that's the order, the divine order. Yahweh Shai, man, woman, child. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 3. Whosoever honor his father make an atonement for his sins.
Right. So you make an atonement for your sins. You understand? Because you are your forefather. You can change the generational curse. Your father and your mother's was off. Now you come into the truth. You see what I'm saying? Now slowly, they probably don't want to hear it, but slowly you drop jewels and gems on them. And eventually, even if they don't come all the way in, guess what? In that regeneration, because now you bringing in the truth to your generation. Now your sons and your daughters is coming in this thing. Now you teach them the way. Now they pass it on to their generation. So the generational curse is broken. Now, and we're not going to go into it, but in the third or fourth regeneration, now you bring back your parents and they end this thing. This is how this thing works. So that's a part of the atoning of your sins of your lineage, man. Your sins for yourself, but also for your forefathers and ancestors, right? And that's a spiritual way to look at it. Go ahead.
Verse 4. And he that honoreth his mother is of one that layeth up treasure.
So when you honor your mother, you laying up treasure, man. This is, and remember the scriptures say, lay your treasures in heaven, not on earth. So these are spiritual treasures. This is not a little chest filled with gold and trinkets. No, this ain't a little a safe filled with your best jewelry, right? This is with the Lord, man. Okay, the Most High see how you treat your mother. And the same way you treat your mother and your father, guess what? Your children gonna come back and treat you that way. There's a saying that goes, if you want to know how a man is, I guess women made this saying, right? If you want to know how a man truly is, look to see how he treats his mother. That's a saying. That's not in the scriptures, but it's a saying, and some of these sayings got value to them. So you got to look at that. If a man's cussing out his mother and don't have no respect for his mother, what type of respect he gonna have for you? You got to think about that, right? So it says, and he that honors his mother is one that layeth up treasure. So it's not about no Mother's Day. It got nothing to do with no Mother's Day. And we're going to get into it. We're going to show you the origins of it. But we want to show you what the Lord said, how you deal with your mother and your father. Okay? Because fathers don't, and that's the crazy other thing. Father's Day don't get half the recognition as Mother's Day. Right. They don't even get a third of it. You know what I'm saying? I think on Christmas, y'all jokers do it. Y'all go get your daddy a cologne. Y'all get the little Walmart package, right? I got the cologne, the brute, the brute deodorant with the cologne and the brush and some slippers. That's it. Your father get the same thing every goddamn year. But your mother, you give her flowers, you take her out to eat, you go this way, you go that way. Some of you damn wicked bastards, y'all go and take your mother to the strip club. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's some wicked ninjas out here, right? Go ahead.
Verse 5. Whoso honoreth his father shall have joy in his own children. And when he maketh his prayers, he shall be heard.
So whoso honoreth his father shall have joy in his own children, man. And this is the same for your mother as well. If you honor and you have that, you're gonna have joy in your children. You know why? First of all, you get hey, if you got a good relationship with your mom and your daddy, guess what you have? You have a lifetime worth of, as long as they're here, a lifetime worth and in good health of a free babysitter. You know what I'm saying? You got a free babysitter, somebody that you could trust with your children, because you don't want to leave your children with just anybody. So if you're dealing with your parents righteously, in the spirit of righteousness, they're going to deal with your children righteously. You know, and they're going to look forward to, hey, bring them over, man, wanting to be a grandparent, man. Loving to be a grandparent. You know, that's the joy, man, to see them generations. If you could see, you know, your grandchildren and even your great-grandchildren, that's a beautiful thing, man. I seen my great-grandmother, but she was on a deathbed, you know what I'm saying, most of the life, my childhood. You know, I used to play puzzles with her. That was it, though. And then my grandma died at 56, early age. You know, and then we see people right now, you know, these parents are living, but now, you know, they living older, but then you got grandparents at 40 because their children starting early. And that's a good thing too, because then you got a little, see, we look at it and we look down on it, but when you go into the scriptures, our people was having children at an early age, you know, and it's a good thing in this age if you have them at an early age so you could spend quality time and be physical with them. My son is full of energy, and that's part of the reason why I'm going to the gym too, so I can be strong and deal with him. Goddamn 4 years old, running around everywhere. You know what I mean? So it's a little different when you have him as an older, you know, older time. But go ahead.
Verse 6. He that honoreth his father shall have a long life, and he that is obedient unto the Lord shall be a comfort to his mother.
You see that? He that, hey, Aliyah, whenever if you want to break down any of these scriptures and add to them, you know what I'm saying? Just let me know. Right? It says, he that honoreth his father shall have a long life, man. You gonna have a long life because you see, y'all, there's a video, right? And it's a plants. Let me see if I can find it. Matter of fact, let me see if I can find this. It's a plants, right? And within the plants, they're talking like the people I don't want to butcher it up. Let me see. I can explain it, but I'm losing my train of thought while I'm looking for it. Real quick, talking like okay, let me see if this is it. There we go. Okay, this is Salaki, bear with me. I want to show y'all this example. Right. Okay. Hopefully we don't get, you know, this fair use. But I just want to use this as a teaching tool, right? And showing when you have that relationship, that good relationship with your mother and your father. All right.
Do plants have senses? Yes, they do. this tree can see. To approach the support.
Over the course of the next month, I'll be talking nice to plant A and mean to plant B. Let's begin.
You are so pretty and so beautiful, and you're going to grow so much because I love you. I love you. What's up, you dumb sack of crap? You trying to grow? You can't grow. Crap's a sack, can't grow. You dumb sack of crap. You're so thirsty? Probably because someone's growing up so fast.
Now shut up. You are so much prettier than all these sluts. Seriously, you should be in a botanical garden. I am serious. You look fierce. Oh man, you look like marijuana came down with polio. Okay, day 30. Time to see how it turned out. Plant A, you grew a total of 2 inches. I am so proud of you. Plant B, you grew a total of, who gives a crap? You sack of crap. You couldn't do the one thing that you're supposed to do.
Choose the better one.
So I just wanted to use that just to show you when you, even the plants, if you talk to them and they live longer, they grow because they're a living organism. This is spiritual, man. You know what I'm saying? That's why it says, the scripture say life and death is at the power of the tongue. So how do you honor your mother and your father determines how you live longer, right? Because you have that counsel, you have that comfort, you have that shoulder you can lean on when you're feeling down. And the same way you lean on them while you growing up is the way they supposed to lean on you when they on their way to meet the Most High. And you shouldn't be putting them in no home if you can afford to. You know what I'm saying? Do whatever you can to keep them around you, because them nursing homes, they treat them like crap, man. They do a lot of different things to them. You don't know what they doing to them, right? Beating them up, especially if they can't speak or something like that. Shoot, graping them, you know, putting grapes on them. It'd be a lot of different things, man. You know, giving them drugs, you know, all types of folly, man. So that's that. I just want to use that plant, you know, that plant experiment just to show you the life that you get when you speak life and you give that respect and honor to your mother and your father. You know what I mean? Go ahead.
The book of Sirach, chapter 3 and verse 7. He that feareth the Lord will honor his father and will do service unto his parents as his masters.
You see that? So your parents are supposed to be your masters, man. Right? You gotta. It says, read that one more time again.
Verse 7. He that feareth the Lord will honor his father and will do service unto his parents as to his masters.
So what's the service to your parents? Is it Mother's Day? Is it when they tell you to you know when to do it? Is it buying flowers and candy, right? And what was them a little jewelry from what was them gold joints they sell, the gold stores that they always got on, huh?
K Jewelers.
Yeah, K Jewelers. Right, got an X and O chain from K Jewelers. Hey, yeah, Mom, I love you. You know, and it's cool to do that, but make sure you don't do it when the origins is under paganism. You doing it in the name of paganism, and then you people say, "Well, this is the only time I get." No, it's not the only time. Make time for your parents. Make time for your children. Make time. You got to make time. Oh, I can't. The family only come for Christmas. That's because, first of all, if you really want to spend time with your family, all you got to do is save up $200, go buy a bunch of different meats, get a couple of cases of beer, and say, hey, man, I'm throwing a barbecue, man. Come through, man. And your family going to pull up. You got some free food and drinks. They going to pull up. You know what I'm saying? You don't gotta do it during paganism. You can be that the uncle at the party, at the barbecue. You can be that. You know what I'm saying? It don't gotta be a big mama house. You can make them everybody come to your house if you really wanted to. But you choose not to, and you just make excuses, and you don't give service to your parents, and you don't have the fear of the Lord. That's the difference between the Israelites and the rest of the world. We showing you the fear of the Lord in our actions. We not doing as the world say to do. If the world say go left, we going right. That's just the way it's supposed to be, right? Ahead.
Verse 8. Honor thy father and thy mother, both in word and deed.
You see that's the key there. Honor thy father and thy mother, both in word and deed, not in lip service. You come see your mama for this weekend, for Sunday, you take her out to Applebee's, Chili's, right? The Chinese buffet, you get a damn big old plate of crab legs, right? That's what our people do. That's what our people do. That's what our folks do. You take them to the Chinese buffet, you take them to Applebee's, Chili's, Olive Garden, right? These franchise restaurants. Yo, it's all about my mother today. And then you ain't calling your mama for the rest of the week, or probably even the next month. You don't go to see her. Her grass is as high as a skyscraper. You don't go and cut her grass. You know what I'm saying? That's honoring in word and deed, man. You know what I'm saying? That cutting that grass will be more safe for your mama, so there don't be snakes and rodents running up in the house, right? Or if you live in a cold climate, go shovel the snow. But you jokers ain't about that life. You about what your slave master gave you, spoon-fed you. And these are the origins of indoctrination, of generational curses that we're trying to break now. Right? This is what we're trying to break now. You want to add something, Aliyah?
No, I was gonna say something. You know, just like he's saying though. You know, our people, man. The whole year go by, man. You don't care about your mom. You never want to check on her. She been sick, probably in and out of the hospital, right? But you wait to the day that the oppressor gave you. Say, "Hope now it's time for me to check on mama. Now it's time for me to give her a card, send a little money here and there." What about, you know what I'm saying, throughout the year? You know, hey mama, you know what I'm saying? Hey, here's something for your light bill or something like that. Or here's something for to get you something to eat. You know what I'm saying? Just so that, hey, I still care about you. I still love you. Right? You got some people, man, they mistreat their parents, keep the children away from the parents. The parents don't even know what your children look like. You know what I'm saying? But then here goes your oppressor say, well, here's a day dedicated for your mama. Hey, mama, send you a picture today of the kid. Like, it's madness. You know what I'm saying? How people, it takes for the oppressor to make you care for your people instead of you doing it willingly from the heart, like the scriptures tell you to. But that's it.
Come. Yeah, I just want to read this, and bear with me, is from this dictionary, because these words are small like crazy, right? So this is page 246, and y'all can see it. I don't know if y'all can, but it's under mother in this Bible dictionary. This is not the Zondervan. It's good to have different Bible dictionaries, right? Because they all don't say the same thing, and they all got different words, and you know what I mean? So it's good to have a bunch of them. We got the Zondervan, right? The famous Zondervan, but this one is all right too now, right? So it says mother. The Bible refers to every aspect of motherhood, conception, generation, Genesis 4:1, pregnancy, Luke 1:24, the pain of childbirth, Genesis 3:16, the nursing, 1 Samuel 1:23. A new mother was considered to be ritually unclean, and an offering was prescribed for her purification in Leviticus, the 12th chapter, right? The book of Proverbs 31 indicates that even in the ancient times, mothers shared with fathers the responsibility for instructing and disciplining children. Mothers have the same right to obedience and respect as fathers, which they do from the children, right? Because they over the children. Okay, it says for instructing. I read that part. It says, and in Old Testament times, death was the fate of those who cursed or assaulted parents. Right? Death was coming to them who cursed or assaulted parents. Deuteronomy 21, verse 18 to 21. It says, Yahushua enforced the fifth commandment and protected it against scribal invasion. Matthew 15 and 3. Right? To the sixth verse. It says, motherly virtues are often extolled: compassion for children, comfort of children, and sorrow for children. The fact that God would use a human mother to bring his son into the world has bestowed upon motherhood its greatest honor. But they probably, they going into that immaculate conception there. But still, yes, it was mother, a physical father and a physical mother that brought the Messiah here, right? Like all kings that came onto this earth. So let's go back to that. I just want to read that. There's more on that, but just giving you a little brief understanding of what the mother and father roles play here. And we're going into it in the Sirach, the 3rd chapter. Well, go ahead, Op.
Verse 8. Honor thy father and thy mother, both in word and deed, that a blessing may come upon thee from them.
Right, that a blessing may come. Hey, I've seen it. I've seen it done where, hey, there's wills left, right? Insurance left, deeds, and the parents don't leave nothing to their wicked children. I've seen it done. They don't leave nothing. They got a fortune, or they got a house. They got property. They don't leave you a jack thing. They leave you with the cat or the dog. All right, go ahead.
Verse 9. For the blessing of the father established the houses of the children, but the curse of the mother rooted out foundations.
You see that? So this is the foundation. Your foundation should be your parents in righteousness, even if they're not in the truth. You got to learn that discipline. What happened to he got cut off. You got to learn that discipline. You got to learn that balance, man. If they're not in the truth, you got to learn how to deal with them, right? You got to deal with them accordingly. And there you go. Let me put them back in. Come.
Yeah, I just dropped off. I don't know what that was. All right.
Come. Right? So it says, what was it? Was it that one again? It was.
Yeah, we was at verse 9. For the blessing of the
9,
father. The blessings of the father established the houses of children.
Right.
But
because you are the house of your father. Right. Go ahead.
But the curse of the mother rooted out foundations.
But the curse of the mother, man, it gonna root out the foundations, man. You ain't got It's a beautiful thing to bring your children to their grandparents, man. That's a beautiful thing. Because you can say what you want. I know this ain't scripture, but to me, the way I was raised, ain't no love to children like the grandparents love, man. You know what I mean? It should be like that. And we're gonna go in on that Rodney Hinton Jr.'s father, man. His father, the grandfather of Rodney Hinton Jr.'s son that got unalived by that police officer, right? This fool done went up there and copped the plea, man. Oh no, they were both scared, and we're gonna get into that. But that he's a dishonorable grandfather. That's a dishonorable father. Because a lot of these jokers, they'll sell their children out for $1, man. They'll sell them out, and that's what he's looking for. He's looking for a payback. He's looking for some type of bread, right? We're gonna get into that. I don't want to jump the line, but that his head just popped up. His face, his bald-headed face popped up in my mind right now. But go ahead.
Verse 10. Glory not in the dishonor of thy father, for thy father's dishonor is no glory unto thee.
So let's just say your father dishonor. My father was a dope head, right? When he went to jail, he started sniffing, shooting dope. He caught AIDS. I speak about it openly. My mother was a crackhead. You still got to honor them. You know, I looked at my father differently growing up. Even though my mother was on the same type of time, but my father was in jail. So I always looked at him as, you know, damn, I see him leaning. There's videos now. You see children eating ices and candy, and their parents are just leaning over, man. There's a big video that was on the train in New York City. Joker's just leaning over on that dog food, on that heroin. You know, even if you see them like this, Papa was a Rolling Stone, right? You still got to give him his honor and due respect. You can't come out of your face to him. You see what I'm saying? There's sometimes my mother sometimes, man, she's a little overboard. She's very emotional. So you know what I do? I say, all right, Ma, I'll speak to you later. Love you, whatever. I give her a couple days because she could get under my skin. Oh yeah, she could get under my skin. You know what I mean? And I think that's where I get my pettiness from. My pettiness, I get it from my mama. You know what I'm saying? So when she get into her mood swings, I already kind of know. So I'll be like, you know, all right, Ma. And then I'll call her a week later, give her a couple days or something. Hey, Ma, you still mad at me? Then she start laughing. Because I know how to come, you know, try to switch it up on her. What, you gonna argue with me if I call you and say, yeah, I'm still mad at you? You can't do that. You got to know how to deal with your folks, man. Right? The same way you got to know how to deal with your wives. You got to know how to, wives got to deal with their husbands. You know what I'm saying? It's the same way. You got to know their spirit, know their vibration. So that's it says, even through your father's dishonor, you don't dishonor him, man. Whatever your father is, whether he's a drunk, a junkie, that's still your father, man. Right? You still got to show some type of respect. Because for whatever reason, the Lord used that man to bring you in. You see what I'm saying? And in the ultimate come around, all back around again in full circle, if you keep the law, statutes, and commandments in the faith of the Mashiach, you're going to be the one to bring them back in righteousness. Your children's children is going to bring them back in righteousness. So it's your job to raise your children with that same honor, with that same fear of the Lord, so you can bring them back in. And you can be treated the way the scriptures say to treat your father and your mother. All right? You want to add something out? Okay.
I was just going to say, what I'm saying is, you know, like you said, though, you know, you got to be patient with your parents, because sometimes we do have parents a lot of us have parents that's not in this truth. You know what I'm saying? But we can't get, you know what I'm saying, out of character. Remember, you know, they might say something, you know, whatever. But like you said, sometimes you got to know how to talk to them. All right, you see your mom kind of talking a little crazy. All right, Ma, I love you. I'm going to holler at you, Mom. Like, I do the same thing. Like, my mom sometimes, she say stuff that be like, agitate me. I'm like, why is she saying this? But I know I can't talk crazy to my mama or, you know, whatever. I say, all right, Mom, I'm going to holler at you, Mom. I love you, Mom. You know what I'm saying? Keep it moving. You know what I'm saying? There's a certain way you got to treat your parents, like he's saying, though. But that's it.
Go ahead, King.
Verse 11. For the glory of a man is from the honor of his father, and a mother is dishonor is a reproach to the children.
Right. Go ahead.
My son, help thy father in his age, and grieve him not as long as he liveth.
You see that? My son, help thy father in his age, and grieve him not as long as he liveth. Because believe it or not, the same way, if you grieve your parents, best believe the Most High hears everything. His eyes is 10 times brighter than the sun. So the Most High hears the thoughts of our parents. And they don't have to curse you, but they can say, why? All they got to do is say in their mind. They don't even have to say it out loud. Why my son or my daughter treat me this way? The Lord gonna hear that. Most High gonna hear that thought. And that's a form of a prayer. You see what I'm saying? The Most High hear these things. And he could bring that right back on you, man. That's what I said. I felt what the dishonor that I gave to my mother when she was on her mission, right? I felt the same disrespect and dishonor by my kids still to this day. Still to this day. You know what I mean? And I'm here for them, but I can't do nothing right now. I just got to keep and put it in the Most High's hands and keep pushing forward. And eventually, if the Most High hear my full prayers, hey man, I'll be reconciled with my children, right? But they better not holler at me on no Father's Day neither. You know what I'm saying? But go ahead.
Verse 13. And if his understanding fail, have patience with him, and despise him not when thou art in thy full strength.
So what does it, if his understanding fail, what does that mean? It could mean that he don't know what you know. The same thing with your mother. They don't know what you know. They don't get this understanding of the scriptures. You understand? They can't comprehend what we're saying to them, and they believe we're the cult, right? Or their understanding fell. He get old. He get, your parents get old. There's dementia. There's, diabetes. They got asthma. Whatever sicknesses they may have. You know what I mean? It might change their mood swings. When women get older, they got menopause, right? They got menopause. They start getting heat flashes. They start, they got a little bit more attitude. You got to learn how to deal with that as your parents, dealing with your parents like that, right? And still showing them that honor, respect, and love. My spiritual father, Yashalabah, he's blind. You know what I'm saying? The man blind. And if anybody know Yashalabah and me, have been around us, you hear how that man curse me out, man. He be drunk, you know what I'm saying? Cuss me out. He said one time I tried to poison him. That's another story. You know what I'm saying? My rib made him some egg drop soup. He said, what's this? Because he can't see it. He could just taste it. So she put eggs in the soup. And he was like, it's slimy. You trying to kill me. You trying to do it. And I understand where his mind is. You see what I'm saying? I was patient with him. I'm like, and I laugh about it. I say, Joker, I said, if I really want to get rid of you, first of all, you ain't got no life insurance. You ain't got, I ain't got nothing. I can't gain nothing on you, right? He live on the 19th floor of the projects. I said, bro, you blind. I could throw you down these steps if I really wanted to and say that you fell down the goddamn steps. Ain't no cameras going down them steps. So why would I poison you with eggs, man? You know what I'm saying? But this is the love that I got from my spiritual father and the understanding that I know, you know what I'm saying, that I have. You got to be patient with them, right? Even if they grieve you, they're going to say these things. That thing hurt. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to AOC. They was around. They was in the council. He told General Shaw I was trying to poison him with egg drop soup. You know what I'm saying? Like that how that make me feel? That crushed a part of me, but I still like this nigga's blind. You know what I'm saying? He paranoid. He's drinking, he's paranoid, whatever. So through the spirit, I just want to bring that up. But go ahead.
I say something.
Go ahead.
Kind of, I would say, in retrospect, when you think about it, though, our parents first had patience with us. You know what I'm saying? In our child state, you gotta have patience with children, babies, toddlers. We know how it is. So then that things come full circle, right? As they get a little older, now they going through things, and we gotta be patient with them. We gotta be merciful unto them. I just want to say that patience thing is very full circle, though. But
Head out.
Verse 14. For the relieving of thy father shall not be forgotten, and instead of sins, it shall be added to build thee up.
You see that? It said, where's that one again out?
That's 14. For the relieving of thy fathers.
For the relieving of thy father shall not be forgotten. Right? All of the stuff you do for your pops and your moms is not going to be forgotten, man. And then the crazy part is that's the perfect example you could leave for your children. When your children see you taking care of your parents, you know, that's the perfect example that they have, you know, and because we all gonna get old, you know what I'm saying? We all gonna start withering away. You know what I mean? It's gonna be a lot going on, right? Go ahead.
Verse 15. In the day of thine affliction it shall be remembered. Thy sins also shall melt away as ice in a fair warm weather.
Right. So this is in the day of thy affliction, man. This is gonna be remembered, right? Your sins are gonna be this. All of this takes away sins, man. You know, it says charity take away a multitude of sins. What's charity? Love. Charity is not a charity organization, right? That you can claim taxes on. That's not true love. That's a tax write-off. Charity is love, man, in word and deed, right? That's true charity. That's true love, right? Go ahead.
Verse 16. He that forsake his father is a blasphemer, and he that angereth his mother is cursed of God.
So you are cursed by the Most High. Now, when we're reading all of this, does the Lord say you can't do none of this only on Mother's Day? No, this is for life. This is forever, forever, ever. This is forever. This is not about no Mama's Day. In the UK, they call it Mothering Day. It's not about the Mothering Day. Okay? It's Mother's Day and Father's Day every day. So now, let's tap in. I'm going to share the screen. Right? I'm going to share the screen. We're gonna go into the origins, right? Which Aliyah wanted to jump the line for. You know, I want to read this one first. Y'all see that? Wait, it should be.
Is that the Gmail?
Okay, hold on. Can y'all see it now? Okay, let me see. Yeah, okay. What about now?
We can see it now.
Can you see it? Okay. So this is I don't even know what website this is. It says got questions. Question: should Christians celebrate Mother's Day? Right? Now we know the Christians, they celebrate it. They celebrate Mother's Day, right? In the churches. They have events, they have different things. They wear they have colored themes in the churches sometimes. A lot of parents will be taking to a Mother's Day service tomorrow in the Christian church, and then they'll go out and eat pork, shrimp, crab, and lobster, and drink margaritas. Take their mama out and get drunk, right? And don't worry, mama, I got it. Eat all you want in the buffet, right? So let's can you read that, Elijah?
I can read it.
Okay.
Mother's Day, calling Mothering Day in the UK, can be traced back to an ancient pagan practice, but it has gone through a lot of changes and names to get to what we know today. The history of Mother's Day can be traced back to the celebration of ancient Greece in honor of Rhea, right? The mother of gods. During the 1600s, the early Christians in England celebrated a day of honor, many the mother of Christ, by a religious order. The holiday was later expanded to include all mothers. Mother's Day.
Quick. real quick, hold that. Get Aliyah, can you get Ecclesiastes 1 and 9?
I got you. Ecclesiastes 1, I got you.
Real quick, because you see, I said it got changed. It changed over time, right?
Right.
But watch what the Bible say.
Kind of book of Ecclesiastes, chapter 1. Chapter 1 and verse 9, and it reads, it says this, so I can bear with me. It says, the thing that have been, it is that which shall be, and that which is done is that which shall be done, and there is no new thing under the sun.
So there is no new thing under the sun. So for them saying that it changed, yeah, it changed over time, and they try to implement it during the Greeks, but this was happening during Egypt, even before Egypt, right? This was going to Egypt paganism, Babylonian paganism, right? We're gonna show some of the how it transferred from different ceramics and Isis and what was Ishtar. Right? You celebrate Easter, right? That's the god of fertility. That's the mother, the so-called mother god, right? The queen of heaven. We're going to go into it, right? But I just wanted to show you that there's nothing new under the sun. It just transformed from a different deity, right? It transformed from a different deity. All of the so-called gods of Greek mythology was the same gods, the so-called gods of Egypt. They just changed the name. And they added a little few things to them, right? Probably turned the frog head into a goat head, or turned the eagle head, the phoenix head to an eagle head. But it's the same thing. There's nothing new under the sun. So just keep that in mind as we go along, as we read along, right? I just want y'all to get that and understand that. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah,
Okay,
I can add a precept.
Go ahead.
This Job 14:4. Who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? Not one. So like he's saying, it started off with paganism and wickedness. So now you trying to transfer something that began as wickedness. Like he said, it came from the time of the Egyptians. Now you're gonna try to transform it to something as righteous as Christianity, as Mother's Day, but it began with paganism. It's still paganism. It's the same thing. Even though you try to dress it up, you can change the name 50 million times. It's still the same thing. I just want to say that.
Right. Yep. Go ahead.
I'm gonna drop back one sentence. During the 1600s, the early Christians in England celebrated a day to honor Mary, the mother of Christ, by a religious order. The holiday was later expanded to include all mothers. Mother's Day occurred in the U.S. once a year on the second Sunday of May, while Mothering Day.
Now, real quick, because you see that, right? It says to honor Mother's Day, right? Honoring Mary. Let's go to Luke 11:27. Watch this here, real quick.
The book of Luke, chapter 11 and verse 27. And it came to pass, as he spake these things, a certain woman of the company lifted up her voice and said unto him, Blessed is the womb that bare thee.
So this woman said to Yahushua, right, who the world ignorantly knows as Jesus the Christ, she said, Blessed is the womb that bare thee. The same thing they were saying over here, right, in Britain, right, in England. Bless Mary, Holy Mary, Mother of God. Right? What did Yahushua say?
And the paps which thou hast sucked.
And the paps, which is the breast, right? So the bless the womb and bless the breast that this man has sucked off of. The womb he came out of and the breast he got nurtured off of. Go ahead.
But he said, Yea, rather blessed are they that hear the words of God and keep it.
See that? So Yahushua returned and said, yea, blessed are them that hear the words of the Most High and keep them. He didn't say, bless my mother. But he honored his mother. He never disrespected his mother. But he had a mission, right? And he dealt with the mission. It's God first all the time. So you saying bless the womb. Now bless the ones who's keeping the word of God, man. Bless the ones who's saying, no, we're not going to follow paganism. We're not going to follow Mother's Day because it's rooted in paganism. If you're a true Christian, it says those Christians should celebrate Mother's Day. This is the question, right? So let's go back to that. I just wanted to bring that out for them saying they worship in Mary, and then they brought it to all the mothers, right? Go ahead.
Mother's Day occurred in the U.S. once a year on the second Sunday of May, while Mothering Day in the UK is celebrated the fourth Sunday of Lent. Traditionally, ways to celebrate Mother's Day are to take mothers out to dinner and or honor them with cards, flowers, and or candy. Biblically, honoring mother and father is commanded by God in both the Old and New Testament. Deuteronomy 5:16, Ephesians 6:2.
Right. Let me just move it up so you got more room. Go ahead.
The Bible does not command us to dictate a special day honoring our mother, nor is there any in the Bible that condemn it. So the question is whether.
So hold on.
Let me read that again.
Yeah. Read that slowly, so for the jokers in the back seat in the Christian church.
The Bible does not command us to delegate a special day to honor our mothers. Dedicate a special day to honor our mothers. Nor is there any in the Bible to condemn it.
Nor is there anything in the Bible to condemn it. So now this is the Christian cop out. This is how they do it. We're gonna do it for the kids, right? We're just doing it for the kids. Go ahead.
It says so the question is whether, considering the pagan roots of the holiday, Christians should celebrate Mother's Day. Can you hear me?
Yeah, what he dropped off?
Yeah, he dropped off.
Oh yeah, you didn't read what it was at. And what's going on with that man Wi-Fi?
Oh no. I'll read from the top.
Wait, no, I think he's down there. Hold on. Oh yeah, he's down there. Hey, what's going on with your Wi-Fi?
Lucky, I don't know what it is.
You got that damn earthquake. That earthquake tapping your Wi-Fi. Right. So read that again out from
the Bible from the top.
Nah, from the key. The key is found.
The key is found in Romans 14:5-8.
And
one man
now this is what they're gonna butcher up. This is what they're gonna switch it up. They're gonna play on the words of Paul now. Our beloved brother Paul. Always lying on Paul. Always lying on this man. Go ahead.
One man considers one day more scared than another. Sacred. Another man considered every day alike. Each one should be fully convinced in his own mind. He who regards one day as a special does so to the Lord. He who eats meat eats to the Lord. For he who gives thanks to the Lord, to God, and he who abstains does so to the Lord and give thanks to God. For none of us like to him alone, and none of us to die to himself alone.
None of us lives to himself alone.
Yeah, his words live.
God. Let me read this one real quick. For none of us lives to himself alone, and none of us dies to himself alone. If we live to the Lord. And if we die, we die to the Lord. So whether we live or die, we belong to the Lord. See, You can't use this for that. Now, when it's talking about one one day more sacred than others. There's people that don't follow nothing that's not written in Leviticus, the 23rd chapter. There's Israelites that say, we're not going to follow Hanukkah. We're not going to follow the Feast of Dedication. We don't follow Purim because it's not in Torah. You know, and little do they know it is in Torah, but they don't have the understanding. You know, it's not directly, but it's in there. You got to put the pieces together, right? And all of those, like the dedication of the temple was, you know, Solomon was doing that. You know what I mean? That was back in Numbers, in the book of Numbers. So we dealt with these things, but is not talking about anything that's rooted in paganism. You can't make like the Aliyah, get that again, that Joel 4.
I got
Was
you.
it 14 or 4?
It was 14, Job 14 and 4. I got you. The book of Job, chapter 14. Get that. Job 14 and 4, and it reads, who can bring a clean thing out of an unclean? Not one.
You see that? Not one. You can't bring a clean thing out of an unclean thing. The scriptures also say, who you can't turn straight what the Lord created crooked. You can't do it. So where do the Christians get the cojones to say this type of stuff? Where do they do that? Where do they do that at? You're going against God. You're going against his word. And you're lying on Paul because Paul was not talking. See, Paul's not going to go against God. Paul's not going to go against the law. If you understand what Paul is saying, and you're not going to understand it from a Christian plantation sect of Christianity, you're not going to get it. Paul's not giving you a license to sin. Because Paul didn't sin. Paul kept the law. A lot better than Israelites today. Way more strict than us. He was a Pharisee of Pharisees. He tells you that. You understand? So when you mix, this is that Christian mumbo jumbo. They try to break this scripture down. Whatever the scriptures say in the New Testament, right? If you understand, because a lot of you Christians don't start from the Old Testament. You start reading the Bible from Matthew. That's when you start reading it. When you get the true understanding, nothing that is written in the New Testament can go against. It can't be contrary to the Old Testament, especially the Torah, and it can't go against it. If it goes against it, it might be a misprint. It might, your Bible, you got to get the KJV for that. It might, your Bible might have been tampered with. I don't know who gave it. It might be the Mormon Bible, right? It might be the Jehovah Witness Bible, the New World Translation. It might be some other translation, and you just get the KJV so we could add it up in the blue letter. If you can't understand the Hebrew, right? This is simple stuff, but this is where Christianity they're gonna make a hole and a way for you to be paganism and be a partaker of paganism. That's what they do, right? So go ahead.
All right, well, we stopped at. Oh, we had, as Christians, the last paragraph, right?
Yeah, if it's too small for you, I'll read it.
Go ahead. You can. Yeah, it's
Okay.
kind of small.
As Christians, we should be fully convinced that we are doing what God wants us to do. If we choose to celebrate Mother's Day and we see nothing wrong with it, then we should celebrate with a clear conscience. This is madness. This is what they're telling the people to do, right? It's saying, if, however, celebrating it is against one's conscience, then celebrating it is not appropriate. On the other hand, if one does not celebrate Mother's Day or any other holiday for reasons of conscience, that is fine, as long as he or she not become prideful looking down on who do celebrate, as with all issues not specifically addressed in scripture, we have the freedom to celebrate or not celebrate Mother's Day according to personal preference. So now we're gonna put this on the chopping block. Now we're gonna have to dissect this, because now it's saying we don't do it, right? But real quick, let's go to Jeremiah 10:1. Real quick. Because they saying it don't say it in the Bible. I tell you this much. If you Christians would have walked around with Mother's Day, if y'all try to bring Mother's Day to the New Jerusalem, where Christ is king, the black Messiah, where he is Yahushua king, I tell you this much. Y'all gonna be hit with so many stones upside your head. You know what I'm saying? Your mama ain't gonna be able to save you. Your false deities ain't gonna be. You're gonna die. You bring this paganism in the midst of Christ. You think him whipping those people out the temple was something? Your head is gonna come off, probably with a rock and not a sword. They're gonna keep hitting you with rocks until your head falls off. It's paganism. It's idolatry. Let's go into it. Go ahead.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 10 and verse 1. Hear ye the word which the Lord spake unto you, O house of Israel. Thus saith the Lord, learn not the way of the heathen.
What he said?
Learn not the way of the heathen.
Learn not the way of the heathen. Go ahead.
And be not dismayed at the signs of heaven.
Uh-huh.
For the heathen are dismayed at them.
Right. They're dismayed at the signs of the heaven. Right? So now let's go to Jeremiah 7:18.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 7 and verse number 8.
Matter of fact, hold this. Before we do that, let's go to 1 Corinthians 10:20. He says, sounds like they're trying to use that 1 Corinthians 10:26 to 30. Yeah, these jokers is used. Hey man, these Christians is crafty, especially when it comes to the jokers that don't read the Bible. You know what I'm saying? You don't read the Bible, you never read it for yourself, man. You through.
1 Corinthians chapter 10 and verse 20. But I say that the things which the Gentiles sacrifice, they sacrifice to devils and not to God.
That's what they sacrifice to. So the Lord said, do not as the way as the heathen, right? And who's the heathen? The Gentiles, right? The other nations. Go ahead.
And I will not that ye should have fellowship with devils.
And you shall not have fellowship with devils, man. This is what the Lord is calling them. They're paganism. If you worship any God except the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, you are idolater. Any other God, any other religion, any other philosophy, you are an idolater. Okay, go ahead.
You cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of devils.
You cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of the devil. That's what the brother said, right? When it's going into the conscience state of meats. Now, the meats is a whole different thing, because, and that's going into, that's a whole different breakdown, but it's going into where the meats were sacrificed, who cut them, what they're cutting them next to. You don't know. A lot of the meats we get from the butcher shop. If you ain't growing your own meats, you get it from the butcher shop. You go to Walmart, you don't know who's over there cutting. You know what I'm saying? Cutting that meat. A lot of the meats you buy in these farms, man, what you think these Edomites is doing? A lot of these Edomites, they sleep with animals, man. They giving you a lot of these meats niggas is eating, got the farmer's semen on them, man. Yeah, they got the farmer's semen in them. So these are questions. This is where grace and mercy comes in. The scripture said we're going to eat defiled bread, man, in the land of our captivity. We're going to eat defiled bread, GMOs, unclean things, very unclean things, right? So read that again in 1 Corinthians.
Verse 21. Ye cannot drink the cup of the Lord and the cup of devils. You cannot be partakers of the Lord's table and of the table of devils.
Right. You can't drink, you can't eat of the cup of the Lord and eat at the cup of the Lord's table. You can't bring no Mother's Day in the temple in the New Jerusalem or in the Old Jerusalem. You can't do that. Right? There's more on that?
That's it. It's verse 22 if you want that one.
Yeah, go ahead.
Verse 22. Do we provoke the Lord to jealousy?
Do we provoke the Lord to jealousy by saying it because it's in our conscience sake? Oh, we're doing it in our conscience sake. The reason why we in the captivity we in because we followed after other deities and other gods. Right? Go ahead.
Do we provoke the Lord to jealousy, or are we stronger than he?
Right. So are we stronger than the Lord? How are you going to provoke the Lord to jealousy? By keeping Mother's Day. Because when you keep Mother's Day, believe it or not, you are putting deities and your mama in front of the Most High God, right? And it said, learn not the way of the heathen. They worship devils, man. Okay, so let's go to Jeremiah 7 and 18. I'm going to take that off. But now I want to read this again because let's read it again. I got to read this part again. Hold on. It says, as Christians, we should be fully convinced that we are doing what God wants us to do. If we choose to celebrate Mother's Day and we see nothing wrong with it, then we should celebrate it with a clear conscience. If, however, celebrating it is against one's conscience, then celebrating it is not appropriate. On the other hand, if one does celebrate the Mother's Day or any other holiday for reasons of conscience, that is fine, as long as he or she doesn't become prideful, looking down on those who celebrate. Now they want to throw that out there. We're not looking down on y'all. We're not being prideful. We're telling you, listen, if you don't change that, God is going to kill you. That's it. That's all we're telling you. We're warning you. We're not being prideful. We're letting you know if you don't change that way, if you don't change the way of your oppressors, if you don't change the way of your the heathen, you're going to die. That's it. If you don't repent, right? And that's what they're using. They switched up 1 Corinthians 10 and 26 to the 30th verse. Like the brother Itazawam Yaquab said. Let me put that up there so everybody can see it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's what they did. They switched it up, cleaned it up. They switched the meats into paganism. You know what I'm saying? Using the meats of where the meats come from, come on, man. You know, but this is what Christianity does. So,
I had a point, King.
What happened?
I had a point, King.
Go ahead.
I was just saying, we just reading it, man. It sounds like confusion. It's really confusion, but I just want to bring this out. 1 Corinthians 14 and 33. For God is not the author of confusion, but of peace, as in all churches of the saints. But just basically, man, the Lord is not the author of confusion. He lets you know right now the days that we're supposed to keep, the days that we're not supposed to keep. He told us not to follow the ways of the heathen. It's very plain, right? So as Israelites, we cannot be doing that. But that's it, though. That's mass.
Come. All praises, right? So, but go ahead. I want to hold that. That's a new joint that we sharing there. But go ahead.
The book of Jeremiah, chapter 7 and verse 18. Therefore hear, ye nations, and know, O congregation, what is among them. Hear, O earth, behold,
Now,
I will bring.
Jeremiah 7 and 18.
Yeah, yes, sir.
No.
Oh, that's all. That's 6 and 18. I'm out. Shalaki. 7 and 18. Verse Jeremiah 7:18. The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the woman knead their dough to make cakes to the queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger.
You see this? So once again, this is nothing new under the suns. And during this time of Jeremiah, it wasn't a Greek captivity. Right? So now let me look this up. Matter of fact, let me share that one real quick. And let's see who's the queen of heaven. Let me get this, Salakia. I should have had this one up. I thought I did. Right? So, what is this one? Okay. Hold on, let me get this. Okay. There you go. That's that same joint that got questions. I guess that's a good website there. Let me just share that one. Right? Y'all can see that? Okay. So it says the phrase Queen of Heaven appears in two passages of the Bible, both in the book of Jeremiah. The first passage deals with the things the Israelites were doing that provoked the Lord to anger. Entire families were involved in idolatry. What does that sound like? Entire families in idolatry. Christmas, Easter, Mother's Day, Father's Day, everything you celebrate, Thanksgiving, right? 4th of July, everything you celebrate. Oh, this is the time for our families to come together. This is the time, this is for the kids. We're doing it for the kids, right? This is what the Lord is saying. This is what what this is about, right? What they're saying, right? It says, and what the scriptures just read. Read that again in Jeremiah 7.
Jeremiah 7 and verse number 18. The children gathered wood, and the fathers kindled fire. The women
hold on. The children gathered the wood, the fathers kindled it. Go ahead.
And the women knead their dough,
right,
to make cakes to the queen of heaven.
So the children gathering the fire, the wood. The men are preparing the fire, and the women are cooking, right? And it says to make cakes to the queen of heaven, right? And then it says with what? And pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger. So what is and they're getting drunk. They're having a feast, right? That sounds like Thanksgiving dinner. That sounds like Christmas dinner, right? Mother's Day, you taking it to the buffet. Get drinks on me, mom. You know what I'm saying? Got your mama that drinks with the umbrellas in them, right? That's what Jake gonna go. Yeah. Hey, mama, I'm gonna get you a pie. You gonna get the pina colada, mama. I'm gonna get the pina colada for mama. Drink 5 of them today. Got your mama looking crazy, right? It says it says entire families were involved in idolatry. The children gathered wood, and the men used to build the altar to worship false gods. The women, that was, they build the altars also. That's another understanding of that wood, right? And it says the women were engaged in kneading dough and baking cakes of bread for the queen of heaven. Jeremiah 7 and 18. This title referred to Ishtar, right? An Assyrian and Babylonian goddess who called Ashtoreth and Ashtar by various other groups. She was thought to be the wife of the false god Baal, also known as Molech. The motivation of women to worship Ashtoreth stemmed from her reputation as a fertility goddess, and as bearing of the children was greatly desired amongst women of that era. Worship of the Queen of Heaven was rampant among pagan civilizations. Sadly, it became popular among the Israelites as well. You see, so we following the customs of the heathens. We following paganism and idolatry that we learned from them. And God is saying no, but the Christians is saying yes. They're saying you can do it. This is what we're trying to show you, family. If you're part of a Christian community and a Christian church, it's time to start asking the questions you hear the Israelites asking. It's time. They got to come with you. They can't give you their emotions and their feelings. They got to give you what the scriptures say. If they're not giving you what the scriptures say, give me that if they speak not according to this word.
In 1 John.
No. If they speak not according to the word, it's because there's no truth or light in them.
I got you, King. Isaiah
8 and 20.
Yeah, 8 and 20.
Come.
The book of Isaiah 8 and 20. And it reads, to the law and to the testimony, if they speak not according to this word, it is because there is no light in them.
So they're not speaking according to this word. There's no light in them. Right? They can't tell you because your conscience, the hell with your conscience, is what the Most High say. And the laws are not grievous. And guess what? You'll save a whole lot of money if you start keeping the commandments of God. You wouldn't be out here spending a bankroll on mama for that first day, for that one day, right? So let's go back to this part real quick. It says, and that's what we're gonna go to there. It says, the second passage refers to the Queen of Heaven is Jeremiah 44, 17 and 25, where Jeremiah is giving the people the word of the Lord, which God spoken to him. He reminds the people that their disobedience and idolatry has caused the Lord to be very angry with them. But let the Christians tell it, right? It says, and to punish them with calamity. Jeremiah warns them that greater punishments await if they do not repent. And now that's what I was just saying. And I didn't read this. Okay? We're warning you. We're not being prideful. We're not being arrogant. But if you don't change your ways, you will die. Right? It says they reply that they have no intentions of giving up their worship of idols. Who does that sound like? It says, and promising to continue pouring out drink offerings to the Queen of Heaven, Ashtoreth, and even going so far as to credit her with the peace and prosperity they once enjoyed because of God's grace and mercy. So now these jokers, this is what Israelites do. We're going to go into it. The Israelites, right? Our people, especially you Black, Hispanic, and Native American Christians that have been indoctrinated and brainwashed by paganism and idolatry by a white Jesus, right? Yous are the ones that are saying and giving the credit to other gods than the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You are the ones giving the glory to a Santa Claus. You are the ones giving the glory to an Easter bunny. You are the ones giving the glory to a fat pork chop. This is what y'all do, right? This is our people. We know because we speaking. Our family members think we're crazy because we telling them what thus saith the Lord say. Go ahead, Doc. Let's get back to it. The 19th verse.
I can bring out a quick point, King.
Come.
I was just saying, and that shows you how we are the people of the book, because we are the same people that the Lord got out of Egypt, right? And what they do, they gave their jewels to Aaron and say, "Hey, make us a god," and
Right.
they say, "These are the gods that got us out of Egypt." The same people doing the same spirit, man. Well, that's it.
Right.
Jeremiah 7:19. Do they provoke me to anger, saith the Lord? Do they not provoke themselves to the confusion of their own faces?
Right. You provoke yourself to confusion. You the reason why your children don't know if Santa Claus is real or not. They having arguments with kids in school. I know I was one. I used to believe in Santa Claus. I used to tell, it was a kid I grew up with named Julio. He came into my house one time and said, Santa Claus is fake. Man, me and him started fighting. And my grandma said, don't deal with that kid. He's bad. Don't deal with him no more. You know what I'm saying? And she always made me look at him differently, man. I looked at him wrong and differently because he told me Santa Claus was fake, man. You know what I'm saying? And these are the same conversations that children are having. It'll go into a fist fight, man, because of your lies and deception. Then you got your kid suspended from school because he beat up somebody that said Santa Claus was fake. You see how it goes? So the Lord said, you gonna bring you provoke yourselves to confusion of faces. Just confusion for no reason. So let's go to Jeremiah 44:15 now. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna read that the rest of this joint, and then we're gonna tap into Rodney Hinton, man.
Jeremiah 44 and verse 15. Then all the men which knew that their wives had burned incense unto other gods, and all the women that stood by, a great multitude, even all the people that dwelt in the land of Egypt, and in Pathros, answered Jeremiah, saying, as for the word of thou hast spoken unto us in the name of the Lord, we will not hearken unto thee.
You see that? They told Jeremiah, we not gonna hearken to you. What do y'all say that to y'all pastor? Do y'all say that to your reverend, to your bishop? Do y'all don't say that, but guess who y'all say that to? The Israelites on the streets. Oh, I ain't gonna do this. You crazy? I love my Jesus. Jesus in my heart. That's what y'all jokers be saying. Jesus in your heart. You ask black folk, 10 black folks, who's Jesus? You show them the description that's written in the Bible, and then you show them the white man. They're gonna say the white boy. Right? Y'all doing it for the kids. Y'all doing it because this is the only time family come around. This is what y'all say. These are the excuses y'all make, right? Go ahead.
Verse 17. But we will certainly do whatsoever thing go forth out of our own mouth. To burn incense unto the Queen of heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes, in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then we had plenty of victuals and saw no evil.
Plenty of victuals, right? So, yeah, this is what our forefathers, this is why we here today. But the same way, just imagine, this is the way they speaking to Jeremiah. That's why, brothers, when we out here on these streets, man, you can't take it personal. Sometimes we get in there and we get a little emotional. You know, we get emotionally attached because, you know, we love our people that much. And we don't want to tolerate, we don't want to tolerate disrespect for the Lord. But it's showing you right here, man, they did this to all the prophets. They did this to all the prophets. So we in great company. When they cuss us out, when they spit at us, when they throw stuff at us, we are in great company. And best believe that we doing something. We doing the same thing that these prophets of old was doing. We are in great company. So hold your head up high. You know what I'm saying? Not with pride, but hold your head up high to know that we are sent by the Most High. Goddamn bars, right? Go ahead.
Verse 18. But since we have left off to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and to pour out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things, and we have consumed by the sword, and have been consumed by the sword and by the famine.
You see that? These jokers is crazy, right? This is our people, though. It says, and when we burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and poured out drink offerings, did we make her? Wait, did I read? We read in 19, right?
It's 18.
Or it's 18. But since we left to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven and poured out drink offerings unto her, we have wanted all things and have been consumed by the sword and by the famine. See, we don't even get it, man. And that's what they say to us, right? The Egyptologists. Well, why your God ain't help you in Egypt? Well, because we know why we went through captivity. We understand the curses. Why all of your 144,000 gods ain't save us? You got more gods than us. Why they ain't save us? You know what I'm saying? You got all these gods. Why they ain't come and help us? If your God is the true God, you can't give a reason why we came into captivity. None of you niggas can. No Nubians, no Egyptians, no 5%ers, no Muslims, no Christians. You can't tell us why we came into captivity. You can't show us. Not out of your belly. Show us prophetic things, man. Show us stuff that line up with whatever doctrine you have. You can't do it. We the only ones on the street that can show you why we're in the conditions that we in. We the only ones. And the Bible's the only book that shows that. But as you can see, the Christians got the Bible. The Muslims got the Bible. The Jehovah's Witnesses got the Bible. But ain't nobody bringing you this here. Ain't nobody giving you this just true gospel, man. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 19. And when we burned incense to the Queen of Heaven and poured out drink offerings unto her, did we make her cakes to worship her and pour out drink offerings unto her without our men? Then Jeremiah said unto all the people, to the men and to the women, and to tell all the people which had given him that answer, saying, the incense that ye burn in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem, ye and your fathers, your kings and your princes, and the people of the land, did not the Lord remember them? And came it now not into his mind. Shalam.
Right. And it came not into his mind, man. The Lord ain't fit to remember y'all. Go ahead.
So that the Lord could no longer bear because of the evil of your doings and because of the abominations which ye have committed. Therefore is your land a desolation and an astonishment and a curse without an inhabitant as at this day.
Right. That's why the land, look at the land. Now the Lord is sending the fire NATOs over there. You seen the fire NATO in Jerusalem? The Lord got the fire, the fires burning through Jerusalem. Right? You got America ready not to back them up no more. Because they trying to make a peace treaty with Iran. They don't want no smoke with Russia. You know what I'm saying? Not yet. They don't want no smoke yet because they know the prophecy. They know they can't win this thing. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 23. Because ye have burned incense and because ye have sinned against the Lord and have not obeyed the voice of the Lord, nor walked in his law, nor in his statutes, nor in his testimonies. Therefore, this evil is happened unto you as at this day.
That's why the evils cleave to us. To this day. This is the answer. These are the answers. It's in the Bible. We fell away from God's grace because we fell away from his laws and commandments. That's why we are at the bottom of everything, man. That's why, you know, certain brothers is tired, like Rodney Hinton Jr. Brothers is going to be tired of this thing, man. You know, and the Lord going to start putting that spirit. He said going to put sedition amongst men. He's going to put that spirit upon these people, man. You're going to see some stuff you ain't never seen before, right? But this is the reason why we're in the condition today, because we want to follow Mother's Day. We want to celebrate and follow the so-called queens of heaven, right? The gods of the different gods. There's only one. Hear, O Israel, Yahweh, our power is one, man. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 24. Moreover, Jeremiah said unto all the people and to all the women, hear the words of the Lord, all Judah that are in the land of Egypt. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the God of Israel, saying, ye and your wives have both spoken with your mouths, and fulfill what your hands saying, we will surely perform our own vows that have been vowed, to burn incense to the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her. Ye will surely accomplish your vows, and surely perform your vows. Right. Therefore,
and as this is what it is. You gonna surely perform your vows, man. And like the first article we read, it said it changes over time, right? It changed over time. So what did it change to? It changed to Mother's Day. Now they don't have to say Ishtar. Now they don't have to say Queen of Heaven. But it's disguised as Mother's Day. This is what we're trying to show you. So hold that real quick. Let me read the rest of this. Right? It says, it is unclear where the idea that Asterisk was a consort of Yahweh originated. But it is easy to see how the blending of paganism that exalts a goddess with the worship of the true King of Heaven, Yahweh, right? We're going to say his name right, can lead, and that's a different pronunciation. We're not banging on nobody that call him Yahweh, but his name is Yahweh. All right, we understand the different pronunciations, right? It says Yahweh can lead to the combining of God and Asterisk. And since Asterisk worship involves sexuality, fertility rites, and temple prostitution, right? The resulting relationship to the depraved mind would naturally be one of a sexual nature. Clearly, the idea of the Queen of Heaven as the consort of paramour of the King of Heaven is idolatrous and unbiblical. You see that? So it's all coming down to sex, right? Because believe it or not, depending on how old your mama is, she gonna get some raw tomorrow. When it's all said and done, hey, it is what it is. Somebody gonna be tapping your mama. They're gonna be tapping your mama for whether it's your daddy or whether it's the joker in the alley. You know what I'm saying? Whether it's one or the other, somebody gonna be tapping your mama. And on Valentine's Day. On Valentine's Day, the same thing, right? That all of these pagan holidays, because you get drunk, you get high, go get your eighth, get your half an ounce, got some weed, go get your sex pills. You know what I'm saying? Go get some honey packs, get your liquor, and y'all jokers. We've been there. We've been there. I used to look forward to New Year's. Oh yeah, New Year's. I knew Halloween, the costume party, or I'm taking somebody home. I'm taking a naughty nurse home, right? I'm taking me a witch home. Yeah, this is what niggas go to them parties for. This is what that spirit is all about, right? So this is the same thing with these holidays today, right? It says there's no queen of heaven. There has never been a queen of heaven. There is most certainly a king of heaven, the Lord of hosts. He alone rules in heaven. He does not share his rule or his throne or his authority with anyone. That idea that Mary, the mother of Jesus, is the queen of heaven is no scriptural basis whatsoever. Instead, the idea of Mary as the queen of heaven stems from proclamations of priests and popes of the Roman Catholic Church, and we just got a new one, right? A real Babylon one, right? A MAGA. We got a MAGA pope now. We got a MAGA pope. It says, while Mary certainly a godly young woman, greatly blessed in that she was chosen to bear the Savior of the world, she was not in any way divine, nor was she sinless, nor is she to be worshipped, revered, venerated, or prayed to. All the followers of the Lord God refused to worship. Peter and the apostles refused to worship. Acts 10 and 25 to the 26th verse. The holy angels refused to be worshipped. Revelation 19 and 10, 22 and 9. The response is always the same: worship God. To offer worship, reverence, and veneration to anyone but God is nothing short of idolatry. This is cold, man. It's the truth right here. They speaking something here now. It says Mary's own words in her magnificent Luke 1:45 to the 55th verse reveal that she never thought of herself as immaculate or deserving of veneration. On the contrary, she was relying on the grace of God for salvation. And my spirit rejoices in God, my Savior. Only sinners need a Savior. And Mary recognized that need in herself. That's cold right there, right? It says, furthermore, Jesus himself issued a mild rebuke to a woman, or that's the one we just read, who cried out to him, bless the mother who gave birth and nursed you, in Luke 11:27. Replying her, blessed rather are those who hear the word of God and obey it. By doing so, he curtailed any tendency to elevate Mary as an object of worship, right? He could certainly have said, yes, bless the Queen of Heaven, but he did not. He was affirming the same truth that the Bible affirms. There is no Queen of Heaven, and the only biblical reference to the Queen of Heaven refers to the goddess of an idolatrous false religion. So that is plain on tables, right? That's plain on tables. I just want to read one more thing here. We're gonna read to the 30th verse though. What verse you up to now?
We're 26.
26.
Jeremiah,
okay.
Jeremiah 44 and 26. Therefore,
okay. Well, now hold on real quick. See, so I just want to read this here. Can y'all see that? Okay. Right. So let me X this one out. Okay, it says Mother's Day in ancient Greece. The ancient Greeks thought of their mothers as life givers and showed great thanks and respect to them. A Mother's Day celebration started because of a story in Greek mythology. It revolves around Rhea, who was Mother Earth's daughter. Rhea was known as the mother of gods and represented nature and fertility. A festival would be held each year in spring to celebrate and honor the goddess Rhea. And what are we in? We are in spring, right? It says, although the festival of Rhea does not take place anymore, which is a lie, they disguised it, right? The Greeks still take a day to honor mothers. Celebrations will look very similar to a typical Mother's Day here in America. It also falls on the second Sunday of May. Mother's Day in America became popularly celebrated in the United States thanks to a few strong women who fought for women's rights. Originally, the day was spent by women advocating for peace during the war. This movement was held in Boston, Massachusetts, but eventually lost popularity. The day is now spent honoring contributions of women and those who brought us into the world. See, celebrate Mother's Day at Karasi, right? That, I guess, this to celebrate, reserve your table, you know. But I don't know why this came up, but it came up. Mother's Day in ancient Greek tradition. So it's deeper than ancient. It's deeper than ancient Greece. It goes back. Jeremiah was way before the Greek Empire. That's what we're showing you. There's nothing new under the sun. So let's go ahead and read the rest out.
Jeremiah 44 and verse 26. Therefore hear ye the words of the Lord, all Judah that dwell in the land of Egypt. Behold, I have sworn by my great name, said the Lord, that my name shall no more be named in the month of any man of Judah, and in all the land of Egypt, saying, the Lord God liveth. Behold, I will watch over them for evil, and not for good. And all the men of Judah that are in the land of Egypt shall be consumed by the sword and by famine, until there's be an end of them.
You see that?
Yet a small number that escape the sword shall return out of the land of Egypt into the land of Judah.
A small number, a remnant, right? It ain't gonna be everybody. Many are called, but few are chose. Go ahead.
And all the remnant of Judah that are gone in the land of Egypt to sojourn there shall know whose words shall stand, mine and or theirs. And this shall be a sign unto you, saith the Lord, that I will punish you in this place, that ye may know that my words shall surely stand against you for evil.
And is that not what's happening? Is that not what's happening? Look at Rodney Hinton, man. The list goes on. I'm gonna have to Google the names of many brothers that's going through the ringer. You know what I'm saying? That been damn near publicly lynched, man, without a rope. Publicly lynched, publicly executed. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 30. Thus saith the Lord, behold, I will give Pharaoh, Or king of Egypt, into the hands of his enemies, and into the hands of them that seek his life, as I gave Zedekiah, king of Judah, into the hands of Nebuchadnezzar, king of Babylon, his enemies, and that sought his life.
You see that? So the Lord, this is what the Lord told Jeremiah, man. We're going to go through it. So, yes, Mother's Day is pagan. And if you're doing it, if you're keeping it, you do not love God. Not only do you not love God, you don't fear him, and you're putting your mother in front of the Most High's word. Yes, it's paganism. It's rooted in paganism, and you're worshiping the Queen of Heaven. All praise and honor, glory to the Most High. I ain't know this was going to be 2 hours. This next one going to be kind of long. Y'all with it? Because it's 4:49. We could save it. We could save it.
It's whatever. It's whatever. It's whatever.
You know what I'm saying? I know I got to get to work once the sun go down, but you know what I mean? Hey, man, let's get to it then. It's going to be kind of long, though. Gonna probably be another 2 hours.
Hey man, you know what time? What you said you're trying to go to work at? It all depends on what you like your work schedule. I know you
definitely gotta get. I gotta. It may sound crazy, but the world is dipping and dabbing. I gotta, driving. I gotta drive them around to dipping and dabbing. Hey, you know what I'm saying? I ain't celebrating that goddamn. I'm working. I'm on the clock. But yeah, this gonna be. Let's get to it then. The hell with it. Let's get to it, man.
Okay.
So let's play this. So if y'all living under a rock, brother Rodney Hinton, Jr., his son was tragically unalived by a police officer, sheriff deputy. But from what they say, allegedly, we got to say allegedly because we don't know what's going on. That happened in Ohio. We don't know what's really going on. We going off everything that was on the news, everything, all the information that we could gather up. But they said his son was in a stolen vehicle, which is off. Now, he had a gun on him, right? But he had a gun on him in an open carry state. Ohio is an open carry state. So guns that's nothing over there. If you in an open carry state, there's nothing to you know what I'm saying? Okay, you see a joker with a gun. But now if he's fleeing out of a car, now this is the difference. If he's fleeing and he's running away from you, because even according to the law, you can't shoot nobody if you stand in your ground. Well, to claim self-defense, you can't shoot nobody that's running from you, even if they're armed. If they're running from you, you can't shoot them in the back because that will be considered murder. That would not be considered self-defense, right? So let's play some of this video. Once again, this is what was it called for? How they say it? Legal use. What they say? What's the word they say again?
It's fair use.
It's
fair use.
Yeah, it's not our content. It don't belong to the servants.
Right. It's not our content, but we're using it to expound more on this topic. And Rodney Hinton. We're gonna let's see what's going on here, man. There's a lot going on. So we're gonna play a little bit of this video, and then we're gonna dive into it.
Chaos at court as a man accused of killing a sheriff's deputy a day after his son was shot by a police officer asked to be released on bail. I lay out the horrific chain of events out of Ohio and where the case could be heading.
Are you familiar with the acts of someone that is not in their right mind when they commit a criminal act?
I'm Anjanette Levy, and this is Crime Fix. Before I get into this case out of Ohio, I want to talk a little bit about true crime news and law and crime merch. The Law and Crime Docket is your one-stop shop for trending stories, thrilling body cams, and an exclusive look at brand new shows.
Let me fast forward that.
And crime hat to them. Winners will be announced in Cincinnati doing special details. Last Friday, he was doing that, directing traffic for graduation at the University of Cincinnati when police say a man named Rodney Hinton Jr. deliberately drove his vehicle into Henderson at this intersection. Deputy Henderson was rushed to the local trauma center, but there was nothing that could be done to save him. Within hours, he passed away from these devastating injuries. You're probably asking yourself, why would anybody deliberately drive a vehicle into somebody, much less a sheriff's deputy who was directing traffic at a college graduation? Well, police say Rodney Hinton Jr. did this on purpose, possibly to avenge the death of his son, Ryan Hinton. Ryan Hinton was 18 years old, and a day earlier, a Cincinnati police officer shot and killed him after encountering him and some others in a car that had been reported stolen out of Kentucky. Here's the police chief.
Officers across the country confront dangerous situations every day, sometimes more than once a day. They are often compelled to make split-second decisions to protect others and themselves when faced with immediate threats. Yesterday was one of those occurrences.
In other news, Georgia residents are going to be happy to hear this. It just came out. There's a new website where any Georgia resident, as long as you live within a zip code in the state, you can apply to have your auto insurance reduced significantly. All you have to do to qualify, 0 DUIs in the last 5 years.
Let me be very direct. We cannot allow individuals to flee from officers with a loaded firearm aimed at them. When this happens, the outcome is almost always tragic. No one wins, and everyone involved is affected.
Police Chief Teresa Thigi outlined what occurred. It's something the Cincinnati Police Department does within 24 hours of an officer-involved shooting taking place.
Where the incident occurred is at the dead end of the parking lot back here. You'll see vehicles there now. You'll see a photo. The stolen car that we're going to talk about was backed into a parking spot back there. As you can see, this is a stolen Kia. It was stolen out of northern Kentucky yesterday. You can see we have 2 uniformed cars there. Prior to those uniformed cars arriving, we had 2 undercover cars that pulled into that dead end, saw the vehicle. They backed out. They saw that there were individuals inside the vehicle, so they backed out and let the uniform cars make the approach, which is the tactically sound decision to do. The cars are positioned the way the officers are trained. We are trained to use our vehicles as cover from any threat. That's what those officers did with the cars at that time.
Chief Thigi then played a short portion of the body camera footage.
This is body-worn camera from officer number 2. Go ahead, Bobby.
He's got a gun on your right, on your right.
This is the body camera footage from the officer who actually shot Ryan Hinton.
This is the other officer, the one who fires the shot. This is his body camera as he approaches the scene. This is the firearm that was recovered at the scene after the individual was shot. This is what he had in his hand while the officers were chasing him. It's just a photo of it here at Criminalistics. Remember I told you he fell on the concrete and the officer said that they heard the metal hit the ground? There are 3 spots on here where this gun has scratches on it. We believe those occurred when he hit the ground with the firearm. This is a second. Sorry, Bobby, can you go back 1 frame, please? This magazine was in the firearm. That's an extended magazine, so it holds more rounds. Go ahead. This is a second magazine that was located in his sweatshirt pocket, his jacket pocket. And that is the magazine from that second magazine. This is another firearm that was located inside the stolen vehicle. This is a firearm that was also stolen out of northern Kentucky sometime yesterday, early yesterday morning. Approximately, we believe, based on timelines, this was stolen from a vehicle in northern Kentucky, and then they went on to steal the vehicle that's involved in the incident.
I want to tell you about a free app that I've tried. It's called Upside. It gives you cash back on things that you use each day, like gas, groceries, and takeout. You can transfer the cash you get back straight into your bank account. When I pump gas or I go to Dunkin' for a cup of tea, I use Upside. I've even used it when I order pizza. Here's how it works.
The volume of
An offer for whatever you're buying and pay as usual using a debit or subscription to download Upside or scan the QR. That's promo code CrimeFix. Others met with Ryan Hinton's family, including his father, Rodney Hinton Jr.
On Friday morning, we met with the police chief of Cincinnati, and we viewed the body cam video of what happened with the police involved shooting with Ryan. We stayed at the chief's office for about an hour and a half, and what we saw was disturbing. The family was upset, as you can imagine, watching your son, watching your grandson, watching your loved one getting shot and killed by the police was upsetting to this family.
Right. So let me stop it there. You got to understand. I don't never want to even be put in a position in a situation like this. You know, I pray the Most High never put me in a situation like this, or none of us, you know, anybody really, any Israelite at least. But think about what went through that man's mind, because from what the video was showing and from what everybody's saying, they didn't see no gun. They didn't see the boy turn around with no gun. Now, there's plenty of situations that we've seen other nations, especially white people, in stolen cars, in crazier situations, and they use everything to restrain them and not use deadly force. Everything, they go by the book, because that's what you're supposed to do. That's supposed to be deadly force, supposed to be the last resort. Policing, right? Policing is, let's look up that word policing. Let me look up that word policing.
Look up deadly force as well, Chief. Deadly force. That'll bring it to tuition as well.
God. So let me just share this. All right. So y'all can see it. Y'all can see that? Okay, policing. The maintenance of law and order by a police force. A 10-point plan to improving policing. The enforcement and regulations or an agreement. Citizenship and Immigration Services is responsible for policing who gets immigration benefits. So let's see what it says here. Okay, it's the same thing, right? It says, what does it mean to be policing? The act of maintaining public order and security, enforcing the law, and regulating or controlling something by or as if by members of a police force. No matter what style is adopted for the policing of a community, officers must use discretion in interpreting the activities of citizens, right? So this is, you said deadly force. This is what policing is supposed to be, right? They police their own. But when it comes to us, it's just for some strange reason, there's no talking. There's always a gun. It could be a wallet. It could be a comb. It could be so many things. You know what I'm saying? And there's plenty of situations where they plant guns on people, man. Right? It's plenty of situations. Yeah. Y'all see that? Okay. Y'all see deadly force or no?
Yeah. Going down a little bit.
All right. Deadly force, also known as lethal force, is the use of force that is likely to cause serious bodily injury or death to another person. In most jurisdictions, the use of deadly force is justified only under conditions of extreme necessity as a last resort.
Last resort. That you just said that.
Right. When all lesser means have failed or cannot reasonably be employed. Right. Firearms, bladed weapons, explosives, and vehicles are among those weapons, the use of which considered deadly force. The use of non-traditional weapons is an aggressive, offensive manner, such as a baseball bat, sharp pencil, tire iron, or other may also be considered deadly force, right? So that's basically what it is. This is supposed to be the last resort, right? The last resort, man. But for some reason, it's always the first resort when it comes to us, right? So, now I just wanted to explain that. I'm gonna play a little bit more, and I was giving that commentary. You got to understand what the man is going through right now. But then the crazy part is, and I want to say this before I forget it. Now there's conspiracy theories coming out because I've been paying attention to this thing. That's why I ain't really want to drop nothing until, you know what I mean? And I seen what's his name? DJ Academics use this one, to this video, to his thing, his live stream. So and it's still up, so he ain't get flagged. So you know what I mean? I've been paying attention to that too. But they're saying that the man there's a witness saying that he wasn't even driving the car. I don't know if y'all heard that. They're saying there's a lady witness saying that it was a woman driving the car before when he left the precinct or the sheriff office, and there was a witness that's what the sheriff said. The sheriff department said a woman drove the car out of the place, out of the sheriff department. But then another witness said that they seen a woman driving on the road right by the school. And this is the point that they're bringing up. They give you the body cam of his son. But why there's no body cams, why there's no video footage that's coming out from the street cameras from the school that he was supposedly, that the sheriff deputy was supposedly doing doing the crossing guard work, right? Being a crossing guard for whatever event, directing traffic. Why there's no video footage? Then they're saying when the man came in, he don't remember what happened. He didn't know what happened. He woke up. He was unconscious. It sounded a little weird. Now, I'm just bringing that up because now the footage could end up coming out later, but from what they're saying, it's not there. So now, if this is the situation, I wouldn't put it past America trying to bait us into a big all-out race war. Because now y'all got to remember, when Trump was in office his last term, all hell was breaking loose. Everything was burning. Everything was on fire. It was riots, white supremacists everywhere. The same way he's putting the battery in white supremacists' backs is the battery is going on our people back, because now it's like we got to stand for something. We got to stand up for our rights, because not too long ago in the same city in Ohio, the white supremacists came and they tried to protest over there on the highway, and a bunch of brothers and sisters pulled up. They started, the police came, tried to break it up. They was fighting. They took they white supremacist flags. They took some of their masks off. Yo, all hell breaking loose. But this is a pattern. You got to follow the pattern. Follow the breadcrumbs. This is a pattern every time Trump is in office. You can't forget January 6th. Right? Was it January 6th or January 8th? Whatever
January 6th.
You know what I'm saying? Can't forget that. This is what he does. They call him the best deal maker. He's the deal maker of chaos. He's the damn devil that the Bible speaks of. He's one of them. He's one of them. So, and then remember when he first came on, he said, I'm going to give full immunity to police officers. This is what I wouldn't put it past if this is a bait to get us out there and really have us, you know what I'm saying, crashing out, man. You know what I mean? And starting the race war early. And hey, it's all of the Lord. Go ahead, you have to say something, Aliyah?
Kind of just to add, if they haven't seen, it was a police officer that got shot in Philly 2 days ago, trying to break up a fight. Got shot in the stomach.
Yeah.
So
yeah. So Lucky, you know, Ohio not new to this because they just had Tamir Rice got killed. What, that's 2014. So Ohio already on eggshells already. So you in the spirit on that one, Chief. They already done seen another young brother get killed already by a cop in Ohio already. So this right here just adding fuel to the fire. It's, you know, they've been grieving since 2014 about Tamir Rice.
Right. Yeah, I forgot Tamir Rice was in over there. Yeah, they and what's next to Ohio? Ain't Kentucky next to Ohio?
Yeah.
Nigga, that's all white supremacists. That's where the damn
boys,
demon children of the Catholic, them bastards that was with us, the MAGA kids, them damn Covington High School, man. That Covington High School with Nick Sandman. Those bastards, that's where them devils was from, man. You know what I'm saying? Then there was, what they say, it's ironic too that the so-called crash was on Martin Luther King Drive. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot going on, man. And I was listening to all the different podcasts. That's what I be doing. When I be driving, I be trying to listen to everything to build it all up. You know what I mean? And try to get this thing out. But it's something to look into. If they don't give no video of this, you know what I mean? It's spooky hours, right? So let's play a little bit more of this thing. I just wanted to bring that out because them damn, you know what I'm saying? I be wearing my tinfoil hat sometimes, but I just be listening. Go ahead.
We left out of the police chief's office, and a few hours later, I was made aware that Rodney had an incident with a police officer that resulted in the officer's death. But again, we are here because we represent the estate and the police involved shooting.
Rodney Hinton left the meeting with the police chief, and sometime after that is when police say he intentionally drove his vehicle into Deputy Larry Henderson. A probable cause affidavit states a Hamilton County Sheriff's Office deputy was standing on the sidewalk at the corner of the intersection outside of the lanes of travel where he was engaged in traffic control. The deputy was wearing a uniform and a fluorescent traffic vest. Based on witness statements and evidence at the scene, the defendant drove across oncoming lanes of traffic through the intersection and directly at the deputy, who was struck by the vehicle, causing injuries to the deputy. That intersection near the University of Cincinnati's campus has flowers and blue ribbons decorated in memory and in honor of Larry Henderson, a man who was simply working a detail directing traffic for the University of Cincinnati's graduation. He worked at a different agency, the Hamilton County Sheriff's Office, than the police officer who shot Ryan Hinton. Larry Henderson had absolutely nothing to do with what happened to Ryan Hinton. On Monday, Ryan Hinton's family stood with their lawyers, distancing themselves from what Ryan's father is accused.
Now, I'm not saying what he did was right, and I'm not saying what he did was wrong, right? We all know that, well, not everybody, but we at least over here know the judgment of the Lord. Now, there's a lot of people, I think in this video, they're going to say how good of a man this guy Henderson was, and he was so cool and good and this and that. Mind you, he was a Marine. before he became into the police officers. Now, when you do the ranking system of, knowing what the military, what parts of the military, what branches of the military, what they deal with. If anybody knows, the Marines, right? Ain't the Marines the Green Berets?
No, they're not. That's the Army. Yeah.
So they're not the Green Berets.
No.
Okay, but the Marines, they're a different level, and to be a Marine, most of the time, Marines, if you out there, you got bodies on you. Am I wrong? Nah, Elijah, because Elijah got experience with the military. Did he freeze?
I don't know. But the Marines, they're the first to hit the ground. They're the first boots on the ground. The Marines are.
Right. What happened to him? He looked like he froze.
Yeah, he looked froze.
Yo, you there? Yeah, I don't know what happened to him. Yeah, he froze. He got to drop out, come back in. You know what I'm saying? So to be a Marine, bro, you don't put in some work. So people don't know what these jokers, they look at him as, oh, he's a good cop and stuff like that. You know what I'm saying? Right. The president's own the Marines. Yeah, them be with the president. You know what I mean? So you don't know what this man did. And a lot of them militaries, man, when they go and take over stuff and they deal with, you know what I'm saying? They dealing with these different in these different countries, man, they do a lot of graping to women. They do a lot of graping of children. And it may sound crazy, but if you look at that man's face, now the scriptures say don't judge off countenance, right? Don't judge off appearance. But the scriptures say also the countenance bear witness. You know what I mean? And that man, Harry and the Hendersons, that's what I'm gonna call him, Harry and the Hendersons, he looked like he done did some stuff. So Elijah, I was asking out, is the Marines, to be a Marine, don't you gotta have a lot of bodies on you?
It ain't so much bodies. It's just they the first ones to go to combat as far as like if something going down, they send the Marines out there first. So most likely they'll be the ones that's getting bodies or whatnot.
Right. Yeah, they go in and get the first spoils.
Yeah, they get the first, they go out, they send them first. They use the army come back and do the patrols or whatnot.
Right. So let's go back into this thing.
Accused of doing, intentionally murdering Deputy Henderson.
We're here because we represent the estate of Ryan. We're not here to talk about the incident that occurred with the police officer. We do offer our condolences to the officer and his family. But we were hired to represent this family to investigate the police-involved shooting of their son, Ryan. This family is very upset about what occurred. We believe that this incident should be investigated. It's not as cut and dry as this officer should have just pulled out his gun and shot at Ryan. It's not that cut and dry. So that's why we're doing the.
Through Rula, it's easier to connect with a therapist who specializes in you. Tell us what's important.
Records request, we're going to analyze frame by frame each one of these videos to determine why the officer made that deadly decision to shoot and kill Ryan.
Ryan Hinton's grandfather, the father of Rodney Hinton, also spoke.
I want to give a condolence out to the officers that got hurt, he got killed.
Now this Joker here now. This is the Joker. This is the grandfather of Rodney Hinton's son. This is Rodney Hinton's father, man. This is the senior. And this joker here, man, sometimes I'm gonna tell y'all something. If y'all don't got nothing good to say, don't say nothing at all, man. You know what I mean? This joker basically threw his son under the bus. Listen to him. He want to pray for the cop that killed his grandson. Come on, man.
You sound like a Christian.
Pray. Huh?
You sound like a Christian.
That's what this. You gonna hear it? It's gonna come out. Yeah, this is what Christianity produces. Effeminate suckers with no hair on their face. Got no hair, not even a mustache. This is what Christianity produces.
Hey, he got the baby face.
Man, watch this here.
My whole family. I'm asking for forgiveness, and I've been praying hard for the officer that killed my grandson. I've been praying hard for him and his family because I know he's hurting off this. As I seen in the video about my grandson, I seen two scared people. I seen the officer scared, and I seen my grandson scared. So it's an unfortunate incident that happened. So that's all I seen. It was like, I didn't see the police there trying to kill. No. What I seen was two persons made a mistake. My grandson made a mistake being there, and the officer, he was trying to get back to his family too. So that's what I seen. So it's not about revenge or anything. That had nothing against nobody. You know, my Lord and Savior is Jesus Christ, and I represent him. So with that said, please, everybody, just try to forgive everybody who done.
Now, when this joker say his Lord and Savior is Jesus Christ, what Jesus you think this fool is talking about?
Caesar Bowl.
He ain't talking about Yahushua. He ain't talking about the Jesus Christ that's recorded in the Bible, man. He not talking about it. He talking about that white man, man. That white Jesus brings this effeminate energy out of black people. That white Jesus brings this effeminate Christian energy. This is why we're here today. Because we got Sambos and coons like this man right here. Just mind your business and shut up. Don't say nothing. You got to run your mouth, and now you're going to pray for the man that killed. The only prayer that's going up for a man that killed my child, Yahweh forbid, is a prayer of vengeance. And may the Lord send judgment and his death angels to you and everything that you love. May he send a death angel that killed the firstborn of Egypt on your ass. That's what I'm going to pray for. You out your rabbit ass mind, man. This is what Christianity produces, man. Right? Let's play this. It's cringe. Look at the people. Look at the mama behind her. Whoever that is. Look at the way she holding her face. Y'all see that?
She trying to figure out what he talking about. She like, what is you saying, man?
Yeah, look at the folks behind them, bro. Look at their reaction.
You see, nobody
Rodney Hinton Jr. appeared in court over the weekend following his arrest on an aggravated murder charge. A wall of Larry Henderson's colleagues surrounded him. Hinton muttered something about being gone forever. Hinton was moved to a jail in a neighboring county. He was back in court asking for bail, and things got heated in the gallery when his brother attempted to contact him by knocking on the courtroom glass.
Can I have a seat? Can I have a seat? Have a seat, sir. Sit down.
See how his brother was there trying to talk to him and give him some encouragement words or whatever, because they didn't let none of them in there. But look at all them cops, how they jumped up for his brother, man. You see what I'm saying? And they let all them damn cops in that courtroom, man, and they didn't allow his family in there. You know what I mean? Before we go anywhere, let's read this real quick. Let's read Deuteronomy 28:15. Let's go to it.
The book of Deuteronomy, chapter 28 and verse 15. But it shall come to pass, if thou wilt not hearken unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to observe, to do all his commandments and his statutes which I command thee this day, that all these curses shall come upon thee and overtake thee.
So all these curses going to come upon us and overtake us, man. You could see it. And then the crazy part is the only black cops they got in there is the woman. They got the black woman in there. If you look around, they ain't got no black cops. At least I didn't see it. You know what I'm saying? The only black cops they got is the black woman. Pay attention, right? So these are the curses now. You know what I mean? We're going to be the judge, jury, and executioner. You can have no contact with nobody outside, nobody in your family. Right? But you could take his child. You could take his child, and it's just like he got to get over it. These are these curses. I'm going to show you something. Let's go real quick to 45. And see, we going over these things because a lot of our people, and especially on the Servants channel, we getting a lot of new subscribers. And it looked like fresh fruit, man. You know what I'm saying? All praise, honor, glory to the Most High. We're looking at the analytics. And we're going to go over the milk, man. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of this got to be brought back again over and over so you can remember it, right? And you could really, truly understand what we're dealing with as a people. So let's go to 28 and 45.
Deuteronomy 28 and 45. Moreover, all the curses shall come upon thee, and shall pursue thee, and overtake thee, till thou be destroyed. Because thou hearkenest not unto the voice of the Lord thy God, to keep his commandments, his statutes, which he commanded thee.
Right.
Verse 46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign, and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever.
Now this is spiritual, man. It's going to be upon us as a sign upon us and our seed forever. Let me get, matter of fact, let me get this law real quick. Let me get this real quick. Right? Numbers, let's go to Numbers 35. Right? Let's go to Numbers 35. Up from, where is it?
Is it 25, 24, I think.
Now, Numbers 35. Start from, you can start from 6.
Numbers 35 and verse number 6. And among the cities which ye shall give unto the Levites, there shall be 6 cities for refuge, which ye shall appoint for thy manslayers, that they may flee thither. And to them ye shall be added 42 cities.
You see that? So the Lord gave 6 cities, right, for refuge, which shall appoint for the manslayer, right? Now, if you slay a man, right? Watch this here. Let's go. Go ahead.
Verse 7. So all the cities which you have give the Levites shall be 48 cities. Them shall ye give with their suburbs. And the cities which you shall give shall be of the possession of the children of Israel. For them that have many ye shall give many. But from them that give few ye shall give few. Everyone shall give of his cities unto the Levites according to his inheritance, which he inherited.
Right.
And the
Now-
Lord spake unto Moses, saying,
Now, jump to 11 verse.
Verse 11. Then ye shall appoint you cities to be cities of refuge for you, that the slayer may flee thither, which killeth any person at unawares.
Right.
And
Go
they
ahead.
shall be upon the cities for refuge for the avenger, that the manslayer die not until he stand before the congregation in judgment.
Right. So they got to be the Lord is basically giving you a fair trial. Right? You can't have an unjust trial. So if these cities of refuge, if you can make it there, now if the people get you before then, because let's say if you slayed a man, but it was self-defense, and you got to bring forth your case and your evidence, because we the judges of the earth, we got to judge righteously with sound counsel, right? With sound judgment, not a respect of persons. Now, oh, that's my man, 40 grand. Nah, none of that. You know what I'm saying? It got if they can get there, then they refuge until the appointed time to you can't be guilty until proven innocent. You see what I'm saying? They'll tell you innocent till proven guilty, but this is the treatment a man's family get behind a wall, like he could do something behind a glass wall there. You see what I'm saying? What he gonna do? And more likely, them glass over there, they're bulletproof. You know what I'm saying? More than likely, right? So, go ahead.
Verse 14. You shall give these cities on the side of Jordan, and 3 cities shall be ye given.
No. You skipped.
Oh, I skipped 13. Verse 13.
Yeah.
And of the cities which ye shall give, 6 cities shall ye have for refuge.
Uh-huh.
You shall give 3 cities on the side of Jordan, and 3 cities shall ye give in the land of Canaan, which shall be cities of refuge. Verse 15. These 6 cities shall be a refuge, both for the children of Israel and for the stranger, and for the sojourner among them, that everyone that killeth any person unawares may flee thither.
Right.
Verse 16. And if he smite him with an instrument of iron so that he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death.
Right. Go ahead.
You want me to keep going? Verse 17. And if he smite him with throwing a stone wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death. Verse 18. Or if he smite him with an hand weapon or of wood wherewith he may die, and he die, he is a murderer. The murderer shall surely be put to death.
Right. So it's giving you the different understandings, right, of how a person could be a murderer, right? Now go to the 24th verse.
Verse 24. Then the congregation shall judge between the slayer and the revenger of blood according to these judgments.
Right.
And the congregation shall deliver the slayer out of the hands of the revenger of blood, and the congregation shall restore him to the city of his refuge, whether he was fled, and he shall abide in it until the death of the high priest, which is anointed with the holy oil.
So this is the timeline that the Lord gave us. There's a law on everything, man. You ain't gonna learn this from the Christian church. You see? So what they're giving them is an unfair trial, right? They're giving them unfair treatment according to their own law and according to the Most High's law, right? So let's go back to Deuteronomy now. Deuteronomy 28, where we was at.
I think it was at 46. It was at 46. Deuteronomy now, 28 and 46.
47. Go ahead, read it again.
46. And they shall be upon thee for a sign and for a wonder, and upon thy seed forever, because thou servest not the Lord thy God with joyfulness and with gladness of heart for abundance of all things. Verse 48. Right. Therefore shalt thou serve thy enemies, which the Lord shall send against thee, in hunger and in thirst and in nakedness and in want of all things. And he shall put a yoke of iron upon thy neck until he have destroyed thee.
Now we always use the old slave picture of the iron, but they don't put iron around our necks, but they put around our ankles and our feet and our wrists, right? And once again, for everything, you can't tell them nothing. Your family can't be in here. Nobody can be in here, and it's gonna get crazier because we're gonna show you what they did to this man GoFundMe. You see what I'm saying? But these are the curses, right? So you had anything to say, Aliyah? Or let it play? Okay, come. Let me let this play. Look at all them white cops for that one brother.
Hello. My name is Adam Ferrari.
Let this skip, right? Notice the different energy between his brother and his coon-ass father. See that? See, hey, their father, and I might have to say, their father might not be their father. That don't look like the same apple that fall from the tree. That don't look like it. Who the hell is that bald-headed man? That might not be their father. Their mama probably lied to him.
Rodney Hinton was rushed out of the courtroom as his brother was escorted out of the gallery.
Well, I see one black cop, one black man. And there you go, you're going to see Eve.
Shortly thereafter, court resumed with Hinton's lawyer asking for bail for him and entering a not guilty plea on his behalf.
Judge, I'm going to waive probable cause as a result of being acquainted with the case. I'm waiving probable cause.
Thank you so much. And is there a plea this morning?
Yeah. See what that lawyer told him to calm down. You see that man's spirit, man. He on edge, man. You know what I mean? And his brother just what his brother said. I just wanted him to see me, man. Let him know we here for him. We support his brother, man. You know what I'm saying? Now his lawyer ain't no joke. Nah, I don't agree with that, Azaria. You know what I'm saying? His lawyer is not a joke, man. His lawyer, you gonna see what his lawyer about to do. I think his lawyer was all right. Yeah, I'm not saying he didn't do it intentionally. Watch, because he got a reason for it. Let's play it.
There's a plea of not guilty, Your Honor.
Plea of not guilty. Yes. Will you enter a plea of not guilty? And thank you. And as to bond, the state has requested a hearing on the issue of bond or bail. You may be aware of that.
I am aware of that.
Who would like to proceed?
I'm proceeding, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, a detective testified about what happened that day.
Tell me what he did after he stopped.
So based on witness statements as well as the video, the vehicle accelerated quickly, proceeded eastbound, crossed into the oncoming lanes of traffic when there was no longer traffic to obstruct his travel. Crossed into the oncoming lanes of traffic, went to the left of those little stanchions that are in the middle of the roadway, into the oncoming lanes, through the intersection, directly at where Deputy Henderson was standing, and struck Deputy Henderson and the metal utility pole on the northeast corner of the intersection.
Okay. Were there any evidence of skid marks?
No, there were no indications at any point that he tried to brake, stop, or otherwise avoid Deputy Henderson.
And is that the conclusion that our accident reconstructionists have come to at this point?
At this time, yes.
Okay. And does it appear from your review of the video that he headed straight for Deputy Henderson?
Yes.
And did any of the multiple witnesses that you spoke to and the people that were in the vehicles that were surrounding him, the people that were on scene, did anyone indicate that any attempt to slow down or deviate his path straight to Deputy Henderson?
No, everybody said that he accelerated and was traveling at a high rate of speed all the way up until the time that he struck Deputy Henderson.
Okay. And when he struck Deputy Henderson, was the deputy injured?
Yes.
Okay. And what happened after he struck Deputy Henderson?
Deputy Henderson was.
And I'm gonna be honest, man. Y'all look at the man's face. It looked like he's still grieving over his son, but then he looking like he's trying to remember what the hell happened. It's a different kind of, it looked like he don't know what's going on. You know what I'm saying? Like, what are they saying that I did? You know what I mean? It can go both ways.
Launched several feet through the air. He came to rest in a turn lane several feet from where the collision occurred.
Rodney Hinton's defense attorney then questioned the detective.
Just first of all, I would like to offer on behalf of the Hinton family and myself, prayers to the Hinton family, prayers to the family of Larry Henderson, the fallen deputy. And I thank the court for having a fair assembly in the courtroom today. With that, I'd like to ask you a few questions, not a lot, okay? You said that Mr. Hinton left the police station around 12:30. CIS.
He initially left around 10:30.
Came back and then left again.
And then returned a couple hours later, yes.
And you said that individuals that know Mr. Hinton, his family members, were saying that he appeared to be agitated, upset, and so forth, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you don't know the source of that agitation or that distraughtness, do you? If you know, you might not. I don't think you do, but you have to answer the question.
The source of the agitation?
Yes.
Well, I would assume it was because of I believe it was because of the video and the reason that he was at CIS.
Do you know the mental history of Mr. Hinton?
No, I do not know detailed mental history.
Right. Do you know whether or not he's had any medically documented infirmities or conditions? Do you know that? You don't, do you?
No, I do not.
After bond was denied, the sheriff gave a...
You see, basically, hey, they do it all the time. What they say, he was mentally not, he mentally disturbed. He's mentally ill. They get away with this all the damn time, right? So now the brother saying that, you know what I mean? Lawyer, like, baby, you think about it. He has a right to lose his mind for that time of losing his son. You can't tell a father or a mother how to feel after they lost their child. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's no law on it, but you think about it, bro. It's not natural. It's not natural for a parent to bury their children. That's not a natural thing. It's supposed to be the opposite. The children are supposed to bury the parents. And I'm speaking of a man, as a man. I'm speaking as just what life shows us. It just makes sense. This man is distraught. His mind ain't there. You see what I'm saying? All types of spirits jumping on him. Right? He says it's okay when they do it. It's a problem when we do it. Right? Yeah. Right? No way the father was in the right state of mind 24 hours after that incident. That's a fact. Right? So let's play more of this because I want to get the meat and potatoes. Right?
A brief statement.
He was a 33-year career deputy for our department. He retired approximately 5 months ago, and he continued to serve under oath. And he
and let me just say something. That's some stone cold stuff. For the Most High, you serving 33 years, right? The age of Yahushua's death. You served 33 years to retire 5 months before the Most High take you out of there. Hey, the Most High cold, man. Now, I'm not saying what the man did was right, because we're going to go into some scriptures that show, we got to wait on the Most High. But we just read the judgment, the law on the manslayer. If you get to that city of refuge, you get to have a fair trial. We got to get to know all of this. And according to Esau's law, the white man's law, right? That man is mentally ill, man. You see what I'm saying? He definitely should be diagnosed. His mind ain't straight. Shoot, people lose their mind when they lose their job. Imagine losing your son. People lose their mind when they lose their wife. Imagine losing your son. Right?
Was directing traffic that day at what would have been a very, very joyous occasion for the University of Cincinnati graduates. Unfortunately, you know what unfolded, and we have lost Larry. Larry has been a deputy who has been so extraordinary.
And that right there, y'all just hear what she said? A sad day for the graduates. People say they bring up, see, this is the Most High. This is how the Most High judgment work, man. People say, well, he didn't have nothing to do with it. He was a retired deputy, which is true. But the Most High say, who being perished not guilty, right? Give me that real quick. In Job, right? So, bro, he ruined the whole graduation. The Spirit brought judgment on all those children for the death of one child. You see what I'm saying? The Most High disturbed that banquet. Right? Disturb that thing. You know what I mean? Y'all gonna feel the pain and y'all gonna hear the cries and blood of the slain, man. Most I'll tell you that too. You got that, Aliyah? Right, there you go.
Still looking for right now.
It's Job 4:7 is on the screen.
Like, can I say one thing about this? What I can see out of this is Esau is going mostly play. They're gonna play this over the initial incident, so they're gonna keep playing over and over. They're gonna try to drown out what the original incident with the young brother getting shot. They're gonna drown out the whole incident, so it's gonna turn everybody's heads to look at this brother, that what happened in this case. So that's what I'm gonna see with that. Esau, they real crafty when it comes to the media. They're gonna keep running this back and forth, and minds gonna get off of what the initial incident was.
Right. Yeah, that's sorcery, man. Right. So this is Job 4:7. Remember, I pray thee, whoever perish being innocent. It says, oh, where were the righteous cut off? So no, that white man wasn't innocent. That was judgment from the Most High. And guess what? We're gonna be fair around the board. Rodney Hinton's son wasn't innocent neither. You gonna get fair judgment with Israelites. We gonna break it down. You know what I mean? It's emotionally, it hurts. We all fathers here, man. You know what I mean? This hurt, but that his son, first of all, his son didn't deserve death for what he did. But for whatever the Most High seen fit, he deserved it. You see what I'm saying? Whatever nobody seen that police ex-Marine did to deserve that, the Most High seen it fit. We're not arguing with the Most High. The Most High is perfect in all his ways, right? So let's play more of this.
Ordinary. We've retired his badge number. Badge number 129 will be retired. Larry touched so many lives in this organization because he was a trainer, because he worked in so many specialized units. And Larry was very animate about the fact that he stay on the front line. He did not wish to take exams to be promoted because Larry's service was on that front line. And I have to tell you, that is bravery extraordinaire. When deputies decide that they want to be out there facing every day to day, that's a sacrifice, and it's a sacrifice for his family, and they have made the ultimate sacrifice.
I want to bring in Ken Kober. He is the president of the Fraternal Order of Police in Cincinnati, Ohio.
Hey, you heard what she said. Basically, the Most High used Rodney Hinton to take out a frontline soldier. He took a frontliner out. He took a trainer out. That was one that trained. He showed the tricks of the trades to everybody. Now let's see what this devil got to say.
So Ken, this is a shocking turn of events. We have a young man who was in an officer-involved shooting. He was killed by a Cincinnati police officer on a Thursday, and then the next day, police say that his father, and it sounds like intentionally, mows down a Hamilton County sheriff's deputy who's directing traffic at a college graduation. So it's a pretty shocking turn of events.
Yeah, it's been a terrible. Thursday was a tragedy. Then an officer had to defend his own life, and then on Friday to have a sheriff's deputy murdered simply directing traffic for a graduation it's unthinkable.
I know you put out a pretty strong statement after Larry Henderson passed away from being hit by this vehicle, and you were calling for the prosecutor to pursue the death penalty in this case. So it sounds like you believe that this was.
What if your smile could go from looking like this to this?
Nuvia's 24-hour process is real. It was no accident. You believe that this was intentional. Tell me what you know about this that leads you to believe that.
Absolutely. Our traffic unit and our homicide unit work together. And through the course of their investigation, they determined that this absolutely was an intentional act. And yes, I am absolutely standing with, I think, every other law enforcement officer in this county that expects the prosecutor to pursue the death penalty in this case.
The lawyer for Ryan Hinton's estate, for the son, said that the father, Rodney Hinton, had been in a meeting with Cincinnati police. And for people who maybe aren't aware of this, there's a long-standing collaborative agreement in the city of Cincinnati where, there was a history many, many moons ago, years ago, of some police-involved shootings involving young African-American men. The federal government came in. There's this agreement where now Cincinnati police, within 24 hours, if there's an officer-involved shooting, they say, this is what we know. They try to be very open with the public and present what they can about the investigation. And before that happened, apparently, they were having a meeting with the family of Ryan Hinton and showing them this body camera footage of what happened. And the family of Ryan Hinton, or the lawyers for Ryan Hinton, said the father left that meeting very angry. And apparently after this meeting is when Mr. Henderson, the deputy, Larry Henderson, was run down by Rodney Hinton. So do you know anything more about what may have happened in that meeting, or any of the details about that?
You know, the police department does a fantastic job being transparent and getting this information out as soon as they can when a critical incident occurs. And that also includes meeting with the family. You know, to the chief, it goes over with them, you know, if there's body camera footage of what occurred, how things occurred. And while I understand that, you know, the father was upset, that's absolutely no excuse to go and murder a police officer who had nothing to do with this, to murder anybody. Like I said, I understand emotions were running high. My understanding that there was some kind of confrontation that occurred there. I wasn't there for it. And then apparently at some point he stormed off, and then of course just more tragic.
Mm-hmm. What can you tell us about the investigation? What has been revealed through that traffic investigation? You said the traffic unit. What's come of that? I mean, were there some statements made by Rodney Hinton where did he say something about, you know, I did this on purpose, or, you know, an eye for an eye? I mean, what happened?
I'm not going to get into too much of the investigation and what, you know, they have, evidence they have, but I could tell all the evidence pointed towards this absolutely was an intentional act. And then that was, in my opinion, only, you know, further proven when at his arraignment Saturday morning, showing absolutely zero remorse whatever for what happened.
Tell me,
see, this is the sorcery. This is the damn sorcery. You want him to show remorse. They haven't released the police officer that murdered his son. They haven't released his name. They haven't released no other bit. They got a what's it called? Not the blue wall of silence, man. The police got a blue wall of silence. They want you to be remorseful for them, for a pig in a blanket, than a brother, than a child, or a father grieving for his child. If this was a white man, let's be honest. If this was a white man, Rodney Hinton was a white man, these white supremacists would have called him a hero. They would have called him a hero. They would have gave him the Father of the Year award, man. This is crazy, because right before that, what they said, what you brought up, Elijah, about the children, black kids being shot, Tamir Rice. You know what I'm saying? They were bringing that up, and they were showing that to the cops and dealing with them, and the feds had to come in and all of that. So there's a lot going on in Ohio, and I believe where they're at, because I seen another post. Somebody said not to the next county. They had took them to another county, and the county they took them to was the KKK county. The county he's from is from, you know, where Jake at, but they brought him to a white supremacist county. You see, so all of this, man, is all mumbo jumbo and it's sorcery. And like you said, they trying to bury the fact that this man's son got murdered, and they wasn't using the policing that they were supposed to do. They just opened fire. It wasn't even seconds before he just gun start blazing. It's seconds as soon as he jumped out of the car. Come on, man. You see what I'm saying? And this man's supposed to be remorseful for that cop. That's the difference between them generations. Look at his punk ass father. Right? Started shooting in 4 seconds. That's what he started shooting in 4 seconds. Right? The biggest terrorist group in the world with a great wall of silence, man. Yeah. Let's play a little bit more. It's almost over. I wanted to play this whole thing.
And if you would, how much of an impact, how difficult has this been for the law enforcement community there in Cincinnati, Ohio? Having a deputy, I mean, this was a retired deputy working a traffic detail at a college graduation who's just, and he retired in December, is my understanding. So this is an off-duty detail that he's working, and he's just working the traffic, thing. And he's run down. I mean, what has this been like for the police officers there in the Cincinnati area?
Quite honestly, it's terrible. It's infuriating. It's sad. That a deputy who's there directing traffic, running a light for an occasion which should be a fantastic occasion. You got a bunch of University of Cincinnati students that are graduating. Should be a time to celebrate. Instead, it's nothing but a time of tragedy. From the first officer that responded, that had to try to administer CPR, to the deputies that all are on scene, to our traffic unit or homicide unit, everybody that's been involved with this. It's just an absolute, just seeing the evil that society has is something that has been very hard to deal with. And of course, we had the flying pig this weekend. Officers had to go right back to putting a uniform on as they're trying to process what occurred, to go in and protect the public, because that's what we're sworn to do. It's something that it's certainly going to be very, very difficult to get us through this process.
Mm-hmm. And it's my understanding, too, that Larry Henderson, I mean, this is somebody who had a wife. And I was reading last night, too, that I believe he was fostering some very young children.
Yeah, I mean, just an absolute fantastic person. Had a fantastic career in the sheriff's department, and then retired.
Hey, it may sound crazy, but anytime I hear white folks fostering children, bro, I get a vision. My vision, hey, say what you want. You know what I'm saying? I can't prove it, but there's certain images that come into mind. It just, hey, the way they believe all black men and black women eat watermelon and fried chicken is the same way I see white people with foster children. How about that? It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Give me some fried chicken and watermelon, Jack. Yeah, let's play it. You would say something?
Yeah. It's just crazy how, when this incident is talking about, he used the words like how evil this is. He used the word evil and things like that. But when this young brother's life was taken, you know what I mean? It wasn't nothing evil about that. It wasn't nothing sad about that, right? But I want to say this because a lot of people that do speak on Henderson, they talk about, oh, how good of a person he was and this and that. But according to the scriptures, bro, he's a heathen, right? There's no good of the heathen. But I'm reading this on in Psalms 53 and 3. It says, every one of them is going back. They are all together become filthy. There is none that doeth good, no, not one. Right? And the scriptures tell you to never trust your enemy. So we don't know the life specifically how Henderson lived, but he's an Edomite. He's the devil. They the devil the Bible speaks of. So we know he did some evil somewhere in his life. So that judgment the Most High gave him, it is what it is. But I yield that.
Hold that Deuteronomy. Then he got knocked out again. Right. Look at that one. 33 years of service. How many Jakes has he forcibly locked up during that time? That's cold too. That's a cold view. But if you could get out until he come back, Psalms 10 and 10 and 7. Yeah, these heathens don't understand. Like you say, you're heathen, right? Watch what the Lord say. You got it?
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yeah.
Okay, it says, let me get that Psalms 10. It says, his mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud. Under his tongue is mischief and vanity.
And that's what's in them, man. Right? They lie. Read it again now.
His mouth is full of cursing and deceit and fraud. Under his tongue is mischief and vanity.
And that's what they're doing. They're trying to overplay the fact that the young man got murdered, and then they show his father the video, and his father just supposed to tuck tail, go sob in a corner, smoke 1,000 blunts, and drink 40s, right? That's what his father's supposed to do, right? Go ahead.
He sit up in the lurking places of the villages. In the secret places doth he murder the innocent.
You see that? In the secret places, though he murdered the innocent. Right? Go ahead.
His eyes are privily set against the poor.
And that's who their eyes is privily set against. Right? There's more on that. You read to the 9th verse?
Now I'm about to read the 9th verse. He lieth in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lieth in wait to catch the poor. He don't catch the poor when he draws him into his net.
Yeah, you gotta. I'm gonna mute you out because you over there burping and coughing. Yeah.
I'll read it again from the top.
Come.
He lieth in wait secretly as a lion in his den. He lieth in wait to catch the poor. He doth catch the poor when he draws him into his net.
And that's what they do, man. And then just look at the devil paused on the thing. And like the sister said, she said, the modest princess, she said, so she's so biased, you can tell by her specific choice of words, shaking my head. Yeah. You know what I'm saying? It's just nothing but bias. Shabbat Shalom, Bayan. Shabbat Shalom, King. Yeah, there's more on that. Where's I think there's more on that, right?
Khan, it says he croucheth and humbleth himself,
right?
That the poor may fall by his strong ones.
And that's what they do, right? So go to Psalm 7 and 10 real quick. Psalm 7 and 10.
Khan, the book of Psalm chapter 7 verse 10. It says, my defense is of God, which saveth the upright in heart.
Right.
God judges the righteous, and God is angry with the wicked every day.
The Lord judged the righteous, and he's angry with the wicked every day, man. So yeah, this man wasn't innocent. You know what I'm saying? Harry and the Hendersons wasn't innocent, man. Right? Whatever it was, Harry Henderson or yeah, Harry and the Hendersons. Y'all remember that show?
God.
Yeah, Harry and the goddamn Hendersons, right? So the Lord he's mad at the wicked every day. Right? So Elijah, go back to Deuteronomy 28. Because I just want to look at this devil face, man. Look at him. He said he can't go in on the details. Yeah, I know.
We're on Deuteronomy 28 and 49. Can you guys hear me?
Come on.
Verse 49. The Lord shall bring a nation against thee from afar, from one end of the earth, as swift as the eagle flieth. A nation whose tongue we shall not understand.
Right. A nation against thee from far, as swift as the eagle flieth. What animal represents America? Right? Okay, they swift, man. They got that eagle eye. They the camera in the sky, man. They're drones, right? They're military, the biggest airstrike military in the world, man. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 50. A nation of fierce countenance.
Wait.
Wait. Verse 50.
Yeah, that's the one I want. Yeah, 50. Go ahead.
A nation of fierce countenance, which shall not regard the person of old, nor show favor to the young.
They don't care if it's your son. They don't care if it's your grandmother. They don't care if it's your pappy. They don't care who it is. You see what I'm saying? And Esau going, once they finish with you, they said, hey, they bring out the records. They bring out the time your son was 10 years old and he stole a damn lollipop from Walmart. You know what I'm saying? They bring out the fact that he got suspended in school for a fight, right? They bring out everything in the book. But then as soon as we start talking about slavery and oppression, oh, you can't bring that up. That's in the past, right? But the first thing these jokers do is they bring this, they bring up everybody's past, man. Everybody's past. And right, Bayan brought the scriptures, Psalms 144:1. Blessed is the Lord, which my strength, which teaching my hands to war and my fingers to fight. There's going to be some brothers that the Most High going to raise up in these last days that they don't even care about the scriptures. All they going to see is red. They not seeing no scripture. You can't give them no precepts. You can't tell them the love of God. The Christians can't get to them. The Israelites can't get to them. The Most High going to raise up these hunters, man. The Lord is raising up these hunters and brothers that's willing to give it all up just for vengeance, man. And that spirit is from the Lord. That spirit of vengeance is from the Lord. Believe it or not, the Lord used anything. He used animals. He used insects. He used reptilians. He used reptile, whatever. He used that, the reptilians, reptiles. We don't believe in reptilians over here. We don't, the Anunnaki and all of that. The reptiles. Let me rephrase that before, you know what I'm saying? They make a whole joint. Look, they teaching that. Right? Go ahead. Go to the 51st verse. You're on mute.
And he, verse 51, and he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed. Which also,
what
shall he
eat the
shall
fruit. Go ahead, eat the fruit
until thou be destroyed. He shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and eat the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed.
Why is this here? Right? Eat the fruit of thy cattle. Eat the fruit. Y'all see this?
It's on Gmail.
All right, let me X this out. Why is this here? Right? Eat the fruit of thy cattle. Eat the fruit of, right? Read that again,
Verse 51. And he shall eat the fruit of thy cattle and the fruit of thy land until thou be destroyed.
Right? So watch this now. So now, through all of that, and white supremacy do it all the time. The police officer that murdered his son got a GoFundMe. Right? Police officers get GoFundMes all the time for murdering our people. But look at what these devils did. Because he said, gonna eat the fruit of thy cattle and all of that. Nah, look, watch what these devils did. Fair use, fair use, fair use.
Ohio law enforcement just got a big apology from GoFundMe. The online fundraising platform issued a statement after campaigns supporting Rodney, Hinton Jr. racked up donations over the weekend. WCPO 9 News reporter Valerie Lyons spoke with the local Fraternal Order of Police, who say GoFundMe did the right thing.
There was outrage.
Cincinnati's FOP president is talking.
That was the same devil that was just on the other video. The head of the Fraternal Police Order. That same devil. He cut that man GoFundMe because, brother, our people was about to make Rodney Hinton Jr. a millionaire. Our people were about to make him a millionaire and stuff that shit in the white supremacy's face, man. Excuse my language. About to stuff it in their face because they do it all the time to us, man. That's why none of these devils are innocent, man. And yeah, what Rodney Hinton did is a balance. It's a balance of judgment. You see what I'm saying? Was he right according to scripture? Yes and no. Yes and no. Because he got the right to revenge. He got the right to for eye for eye. But it ain't the time nor season. You got to put all of this into your mental Rolodex and pray the Lord raises you up to be a hunter. And you get that double portion at the end. You know what I'm saying? You get the chances to bash their babies against rocks and stones, as it says in Psalms. Because it's all coming. It's all coming. Watch this here.
About these, more than a dozen fundraisers for a man accused of intentionally killing a deputy. They started popping up on GoFundMe Saturday.
Good morning, Mr. Hinton.
Not long after Rodney Hinton Jr. made his first court appearance.
You've got officers, community members that are trying to process the fact that we've had a deputy murdered, only to see that somebody's trying to raise money for somebody that's accused of killing a cop.
But during my interview with Ken Kober Tuesday, we spoke about the fundraisers in the past tense. That's because now they're nowhere to be found. It took this to make it happen, a letter from the president of Ohio FOP demanding GoFundMe remove the fundraisers. It reads in part, "This is absolutely outrageous to fundraise off the assassination of a law enforcement officer." Hours later, GoFundMe responded with a letter of their own. Were you pleased to see the quick response?
Absolutely. I was more than appreciative to see not only did they take it down, but they said, listen, we're sorry that this happened to this deputy, and they give their condolences.
Kober received that same apology letter. It explained fundraisers like those supporting Hinton are prohibited. Raising money for people charged with violent crimes violates GoFundMe's policy.
I would hope that they would be able to create some kind of algorithm that would be able to catch these before they even actually go live. But that's something for them to figure out ultimately.
GoFundMe says any money raised for Rodney Hinton Jr.'s legal fund will be fully refunded to those who donated. The platform did a similar thing for a campaign supporting Luigi Mangione, the man accused of gunning down United Healthcare CEO. In the newsroom, Valerie Lyons, WCPO 9 News.
I didn't know what chicken does to cortisol until I saw this.
You see that? Shalom, Overseer Shire in the building. Shalom, shalom.
Hey, shalom, boy. Yabashima Shabakatah.
Yabashima Shabakatah. You see? So, it's crazy, right? Now, I just want to show y'all something, right? Because it said we're going to eat the fruit, right? But let me get Lamentations 4 and 18. Lamentations 4 and 18.
Con, I grabbed that for you.
Come. Man, Elijah keep falling in and out. I don't know what's going on with it.
You said 4 and 18?
Come.
It's the book of Lamentations, chapter 4, verse 18. It says, they hunt our steps, that we cannot go in our streets. Our end is near. Our days are fulfilled, for our end is come.
You see that? They hunt our steps, man. They hunt it from the prison to the GoFundMe, everything. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 19, it says, our persecutors are swifter than the eagles of the heaven. They pursued us upon the mountains. They laid wait for us in the wilderness.
So they've been waiting. Let's see if these Negroes finna GoFundMe this dude. Because now we're doing that. The Lord is putting the spirit on our people now to support, like the brother Carmelo Anthony. Carmelo Anthony, they supporting him now. You know what I'm saying? Carmelo Anthony, our people are backing him. Because we finally, it's time that we do support our people. You see what I'm saying? They do it all the time. So with that being said, right? I want to play this. Watch this here. Just so you see the bias and unjust dealings that they deal with us. Watch this, devil. Fair use, fair use, fair use. So those that don't know, this damn devil, this Sheetamite devil here, she got 500,000 at this time. That joker's over $1 million, I believe, right now. If it's not, it's definitely over 700,000. Watch this devil. This is who they support.
This woman legit raised hundreds of thousands of dollars by being racist to a child. Like, I wish I was joking, but I'm not joking. You guys know those Karen freakout videos that used to go viral all the time, where like some entitled white woman would just start ranting and raving about how like some black child is selling lemonade on the side of the road and she calls the police on this kid. Well, it used to be that those people would be laughed at, that they would be shamed. But now if you're a racist white woman, you get hundreds of thousands of dollars. So the story, from how I understand it, is this woman was at the park with her kid, and there was this other kid who I'm assuming is an African-American child. Given the context, I'm pretty sure that's what's going on here. Now, she claims that this kid was going through her bag and was trying to take something.
Did you call him the child? Did you call the child the word? It is my own business. You call him. Okay, why don't you have the boss to say it right now again?
But instead of reacting to this like a normal, reasonable person, I mean, this is a child, right? This is a kid doing something that they're not supposed to. Instead of being like, hey, like, don't go through my bag, she starts hurtling racial slurs at this kid. Now, this part wasn't recorded, so she could have gotten away with this. Instead, she is confronted by this other man who's also at the park, and she just starts throwing the N-word at him and admits to calling the child the N-word and calls the child the N-word again.
Okay. All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people.
Nobody digging through.
A little kid just did, you
That little kid, you call him the little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna.
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child 5-year-old and the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act.
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech, and you can be that.
Now, this is one of the like clearest shut cases I've ever seen. Like, this woman is a shitty person. Like, you don't go throw hurtling racial slurs at children, let alone adults. Now, how exactly do you think the internet reacted to this? Well, she ended up opening up a GoFundMe, or well, on one of those like sites that's kind of like GoFundMe. And I kid you not, she has raised up to $300,000. $300,000. And she's claiming to somehow be a victim of this. She was going around this park calling a kid racial slurs, and now she's raising money. My name is Shiloh, and I've been put into a very dire situation. I recently had a kid steal from my 18-month-old son's diaper bag at a park. I called the kid out for what he was. Dude, I can't with these entitled white women, man. Another man, who we recently found out has had a history with law enforcement, proceeded to record me and follow me to my car. He then posted these videos online, which has caused my family and myself great turmoil. I mean, maybe this is just me, but maybe you shouldn't go around calling children the N-word. I mean, maybe that's difficult to do. I don't know. I've never been in that situation, but apparently this little sob story of hers is working. She's actually raised over $500,000. I said $300,000. So in the time that I first saw this, she's raised $200,000 more dollars, and she has $1 million goal. And if you want to know the kind of people who are funding this, well, you only need to go to the comment section. Let's see what the internet has to say. Internet gives $500,000. While only making up 13% of the wizard world, they are responsible for 50% of Avada Kedavras. Wow. So saying a word is worse than stealing. Got it. It was a kid, man. It was a kid. So yeah, calling a kid the N-word for stealing from you, apparently, we don't even know if that's true, is a lot worse than stealing. Yeah, the internet is crazy, man. Like 5 years ago, you couldn't even breathe wrong. If you made like one somewhat offensive joke, your entire life was over. But now you can just go around calling little kids the N-word, and you're gonna get $500,000 for that, and people are going to defend you. I don't know, maybe this is a hot take, like maybe I'm completely in the wrong here, but I don't think you should go around calling children racial slurs. I think that as an adult, you should handle that situation a lot more maturely. Anyway, the internet just ceases to amaze me. Like, we got Kanye West over here rapping about how he loves.
So I became a Nazi, yeah, bitch, I'm the nigga. How?
Like, that's that's the state of things right now. Things are probably only going to get worse, but I'll be here. I'll be here if anything cool happens. And yeah, if you guys want to stay up to date, smash the like, subscribe, and I'm.
See, so you can't make this up, man. Right? Let's real quick. Sirach 10, Sirach 10 and 8.
That's exactly where I was going on.
Good.
It's the book of Sirach, chapter 10 and verse 8. It says, because of unrighteous dealings, right, injuries, and riches gotten by deceit,
see,
the kingdom
riches,
is translated.
Hold on now. Unrighteous dealings, injuries, and riches got by deceit. Oh, now you playing the pity party. My family's distraught. You didn't give a damn when you spoke to that child like that. This same officers is worried about Harry and the Henderson when they didn't give a damn about the brother's son, man. They didn't say sorry. You know what I'm saying? They didn't say sorry. I don't know what that is. It said performance alert. I think it's because of the rain. But this Joker, and I'm gonna show you because he said 300,000, then he went to 500,000. I'm gonna show you where it surpassed 700,000, and I believe somebody said she hit $1 million. They rewarded this white female dog, right? This female German Shepherd, right? They rewarded her with $1 million plus for being a racist devil, man. And not once again it sounded like an Edomite gamer. He said it's one thing when you call, it's bad enough when you call a person the N-word, but when you call a child the N-word, that's a different low. But the scriptures say they ain't gonna pity the old or young. They ain't gonna pity the old or young. It don't matter what's your age. You know what I'm saying? If you was a grandma, they're gonna call you an old nigga. Right? So these are riches got by deceit, right? Go ahead.
It says the kingdom is translated from one people to another.
And that's why America has to fall. This is why America has to be destroyed. This is why America's on its last leg. This is the reason why America's going into World War III, for the reasons and how y'all built this country, right? How y'all built it on our backs, how y'all continue to destroy us as a people, and y'all hold yourselves not guilty. Let's get that. Zechariah 11 and 5. Okay? Y'all destroy us, right? Y'all treat the children and the chosen people of God like worse than doodle, man. Worse than doodle. Because you pick up after your dog doodle in the dog park, but you don't give a damn about us when you put us in jail, and most of all when you murder us, man. And this is why America has to be destroyed, for what you have done to God's chosen people, man. The apple of God's eye. The Most High calls Israel the apple of his eye. Y'all playing with the wrong ones. But this is why we understand judgment. And yes, he was right and he was wrong. But the best devil is a dead one. Let's get to it, Zechariah.
Come on. Zechariah chapter 11 and verse 5. It says, whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty.
Right. Whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty. They're not even talking about the child that was murdered. They keep talking about this retired old goofy. Retired Harry and the Hendersons. What about that man's child?
Right.
Let's go further back. What about the child that had the toy gun? Tamir Rice. That was in Ohio. Let's talk about that. This is what y'all don't want to talk about. Y'all get emotionally disturbed and feel some type of way when we bring these things up, especially you black Christians, man. You Latino Christians, you the ones that get fed up most. You get worse than the white man. At least we know the devil. We know who the devil is. We know that their actions. Let's get to that. Ezekiel 35:5. We know their spirit. We know who they supposed to be. We know who the father of the white race is. We know who their God is. You jokers don't know who your people is. You don't know who your God is. You still worshiping white Jesus in the year 2025, getting ready for a goddamn Mother's Day, while our people are being gunned down in the streets. And then when we take justice in our own hands, because they don't give us justice, they don't give us no justice. So when we take justice in our own hands, now is an issue. Now we're the ones. We're the bad ones. Now we're the bad ones. Right? Go ahead, King.
Kai, you wanted that Ezekiel 35 or you wanted to continue in Zechariah?
There's more on the Zechariah. You can.
Kai. It says, and they, I'm just reading from the top. Zechariah 11:5, it says, whose possessors slay them and hold themselves not guilty, and they that sell them say, blessed be the Lord, for I am rich.
And that's what y'all say.
And their own shepherds pity them not.
Right. Yeah. When y'all sell us, y'all say, bless the Lord for making y'all rich. When y'all call our children niggers and y'all get a GoFundMe for over $1 million, you say, bless the Lord that made me rich. This is what y'all do, but y'all can't let our brother get a GoFundMe. And we just starting these GoFundMe for our people, man, because a lot of times we never supported our own. Now we're starting, right. The Lord is putting that spirit, because then we're going to get back to a segregational period. Trump is he's doing away with all of that. And that's going to be a great thing, because you're going to finally realize who's here for you, who's your people, and we're going to have to rely on each other. But not only that, you're going to realize who hates your goddamn guts, man. You're going to realize it. The son of perdition shall be revealed. Let's get that out. Ezekiel 35.
Okay. It's the book of Ezekiel 35 and verse 5. It says, because thou hast had a perpetual hatred and hast shed the blood of the children of Israel by the force of the sword in the time of their calamity, in the time that their iniquity had an end. Therefore, as I live, saith the Lord God, I will prepare thee unto blood.
See that? The Lord is going to prepare for the perpetual hatred. I'm going to tell y'all like this, white folk. It might be a new trend. It might be a new trend. The hell with the what was the trends they had? The Bugs Bunny trend, the ice water challenge. Right? What's the other challenges they had?
Crate challenge.
The crate challenge.
Great,
right? Man. Instead of these challenges, there might be a new challenge in the making. Y'all playing with the Lord's chosen people. The Lord might make and put that spirit upon a lot of folks to start. Let's see. They say pin the tail on the donkey. Let's see who could pin the tail on a cracker and get away with it. You might see a reoccurring thing. You see what I'm saying? And Trump is just igniting the fire, igniting the flame. Now, we're not telling our people to go out and do none of that. We're supposed to wait on the Most High. Because the Most High going to do something worse to y'all that y'all have never seen done ever in the history of mankind. You see? Let's get that real quick. Let's get get 2nd Ezra 8 and 60 and Habakkuk 2 and 3. Get Habakkuk 2 and 3 first.
Habakkuk 2 and 3.
Yeah.
Okay. It's the book of Habakkuk, chapter 2 and verse 3. It says, for the vision is yet for an appointed time, but at the end it shall speak and not lie.
You see that? The vision is for an appointed time.
Though it tarry, wait for it.
Though it tarry, wait for it, because we've been telling you this place gonna be destroyed. And you can see it. The tariffs, war on every side, right? Trump is sitting there swearing up and down that it's gonna get great again. Just give him a little bit of more time, right? Though it tarry, it's still coming now, right? That's it on that one.
Kind of just finish that out. It says, though it tarry, wait for it, because it will surely come. It will not tarry.
Right. It's going to surely come. The prophecies are going to unfold. Before we go to 2nd Esdras, give me Psalms 37 and 34. Yeah, before this thing, hey, we got to wait on the Lord. See,
right.
The Lord going to put the spirit on the elements to tear your behind up. There was just an earthquake right in Tennessee that hit north Atlanta, right? Most High gonna raise up Leviathan, nigga. Y'all think it's a game. Y'all talking about 100 niggas versus a goddamn gorilla. The Most High gonna raise up 1,000 gorillas out here. You're gonna have gorillas escaping the zoos and destroying white people's skulls, man. You know what I'm saying? Bring them on the top of the Empire State, the way King Kong had the white woman, and drop your ass from up there and pound his chest. The Lord gonna raise some things up you ain't never seen. You know what I'm saying? That we ain't even talking about the chariots yet. We ain't even get to Yahushua yet. The Lord gonna make it happen. Right? Go ahead.
Okay, you said Psalms 37. What verse?
34.
Psalm 37 and verse 34. It says, wait on the Lord and keep his way, and he shall exalt thee to inherit the land. When the wicked are cut off, thou shalt see it.
See that? The wicked gonna be cut off and we gonna see it. We just gotta wait. So we not provoking no violence over here as Israelites. But we understand what violence brings and what it does, and when the Most High puts that spirit upon certain individuals, because it's called judgment. The Lord says he's going to put sedition amongst men. So there's a lot of judgment that's going to happen on this earth, and there's nothing you can do about it. How many attempts was on Trump's life? The people are tired of being tired. You wanted to say something, Aliyah?
I got a precept going to what you're talking about. We got to wait on the Lord, but we do have to understand that, like the brother saying, the Most High gonna really handle this. But this right here is Nahum 1 and 2. God is jealous, and the Lord revengeth. The Lord revengeth and is furious. So Lord, he's going to revenge his people, right? It says the Lord will take vengeance on his adversaries, and he will reserve his wrath for his enemies, right? We know that the enemies of the Lord are the enemies of his people as well, right? It says the Lord is slow to anger and great in power, and will not at all acquit the wicked. That's right. What it says. Not at all. The wicked will not escape the judgment of the Most High. Straight like that. That's how I want to run that out.
Right. You know, the wicked ain't going to escape, man. You just got to wait. The brother Bayan, he said, Esau horns are showing even to the unbelievers. Yeah. Because y'all starting to see, the devil's coming down with wrath because he know he got a short time. And y'all seeing who's doing it. You know what I'm saying? They just locked up Baraka, the mayor of New Jersey, of Newark. Ron Baraka, whatever his name is. The ICE got him. You know what I'm saying? Because he was protesting with the people that, you know, the migrants, man. That brother was standing up and they locked him up. See, so the people going to start realizing, man, this place don't love us. They don't give a damn about us. And that's what we need. We need that wake-up call. Because you know what that wake-up call is going to show us? You have no business in Christianity, black man, Latino man, Native American man. You have no business there. Come on home. You are the Israelites. You are God's chosen people. Come back home to these laws, statutes, and commandments so we can go back home literally, man. Come back home, right? You got that out? Second Ezra 8 and 60.
God. It's the book of Second Ezra, chapter 8, and verse 60. It says, "But they which be created have defiled the name of him that made them, and were unthankful unto him which prepared life for them. And therefore is my judgment now at hand."
So this is the judgment. The judgment is now at hand, man. This is what we live in. So let me get that first part again. It says, "But they which be created have defiled the name of him that made them, and were unthankful unto him, which prepared life for them." And that's why a lot of our children got to get gunned down by the police too. But this judgment is at hand, man. This judgment is at hand, right? Judah 16 and 17, Bible Kashaw. You get it? Yeah, just read it, man. So we got to wait. We're not provoking no violence here. But we understand some of y'all got to be met with violence by the Lord. And we strongly believe in self-defense, though. But, come on.
It's the book of Judah, chapter 16 and verse 17. It says, "Woe to the nations that rise up against my kindred. The Lord Almighty will take vengeance of them in the day of judgment, and putting fire and war."
Yeah, read that again over. Read that again. I'm going to let you read the whole thing.
Judah 16 and 17, it says, "Woe unto the nations that rise up against my kindred. The Lord Almighty will take vengeance of them in the day of judgment, and putting fire and worms in their flesh, and they shall feel them and weep forever."
You're going to feel that. There's going to be more car crashes. There's going to be more airplanes falling from the skies. There's going to be more assassination attempts. There's going to be more. It's going to be more uprising of the people. You're going to see the gangs unifying together. You're going to see the MS-13, the Bloods, the Crips, the Latin Kings, the Nieta, all of them going to start coming together and realizing we got no other choice, so we got to come together. You see that? So all of this Most High judgment, well, we waiting. We waiting for it. But as we wait, we got to continue to fight, to endure the spiritual battle. Because that's what we as Israelites are dealing with. We dealing with spiritual battles. We learning how to master self first. Because we can't go to war with the devil if we ain't master self. So we're at war with ourselves. Trying to stop being so lustful. Stop lusting not only after women, after money, after drugs, alcohol, the finer things in life. And as you can see, there's nothing fine in this life no more. Your rappers are being exposed. Your music executives are being exposed. Shoot, they just got Smokey Robinson. They just got Smokey Robinson for the same. They give them Diddy charges. They got LeBron James over there. There goes your king. King James. Not the King James of the Version Bible, right? They got him on the Diddy tapes. The T.D. Jakes just stepped down. Deion Sanders, they showed Deion Sanders' son, you ain't going to be the best nigga in here, but you still ain't going to be the first round pick. You're going to be 144. The stars are falling from heaven as we speak. Everybody's being humbled now. Nobody's making the money that they used to make no more. From the drug dealers to the musicians to the athletes, anywhere you go. They're not getting the same thing. This thing is crumbling. And there's no way out besides Yahweh Ba'ashem Yahushua. There's no way out. Real quick, Let's go to Deuteronomy 30 and 7. There's no way out of this thing. The only way you can escape is by faith and works in Yahweh by Shema Mashiach Yahweh Shai.
That's right. Come. It's the book of Deuteronomy chapter 30 and verse 7. It says, and the Lord thy God will put all these curses upon thine enemies and on them that hate thee, which persecuted thee.
Right. And that's what the Lord is doing now. That's where the hunter is now becoming the hunted.
Right.
You took one of ours. Now the Lord put the spirit to take one of yours. Harry and the Hendersons. Right? Let me play this before we get this last precept, unless y'all got something to add. But let me play this here. Look at this. Look at this devil. Again, fair speech, fair speech. That thunder's crazy out here, right? So this is, y'all can see it? Y'all can, it says a woman who called a black child a slur has raised a backlash, but also thousands of dollars, right? So we seen the video. We ain't got to play it again. A video showing a Minnesota woman at a playground last week openly admitting to using a racial slur against a black child has garnered millions of views, maybe equally viral, has been a crowdfunding effort that has raised hundreds of thousands of dollars to help the woman now relocate her family. In the video, a man in Rochester, a city roughly 90 miles south from Minneapolis, confronts the woman, calling a 5-year-old boy a racial slur. The woman appears to double down on the racist term and flips off the man, confronting her with both of her middle fingers, right? It says the woman could not be reached for comment, has since amassed over 700,000 through Christian fundraising platform, Give Send Go for relocation expenses because of threats she received over the video. The fundraising, and this is supposed to be a Christian fundraising platform, right? The fundraising page said she used the word out of frustration. The boy went through her 18-month-old child's diaper bag. The Associated Press has not verified this assertion, right? I called the kid for what he was, she wrote, adding that the online videos have caused my family and myself great turmoil. Oh, boo-hoo. The flurry of monetary contributions has reignited multiple debates for whether racist language and attacks are becoming more permissible to the differences between cancel culture and consequence culture. Many want to see the woman face some sort of competence for using a slur, especially towards a child. Others, despite her words, say despite her words, she does not deserve to be harassed. A NAACP Rochester chapter started its own fundraising campaign for the child's family. The GoFundMe page had the family who want privacy, said the civil rights organization. Oh, I skipped that. A campaign for the family. The GoFundMe page had raised $340,000 when it closed Saturday, per the wishes of the family who want privacy, said the civil rights organization. It was speaking on behalf of the family of the child, who the organization said was on the autism spectrum. See that? That child had autism. And let's be honest, man, you got a diaper bag. Unless you carrying a pistol in there or your stash of weed, or these white people. She probably had a meth pipe in there with some meth, right, and some crack and some cocaine and some Viagra for her husband because he can't get it up, right? Something like that. That's probably why she got upset, right? Because what the hell is in the diaper bag? What's the child gonna take? A diaper, some wipes, some ass cream? What's he gonna take? The only reason why you get so upset like that is because you got that meth in there, right? This was not simply offensive behavior. It was an intentional racist, threatening, hateful, and verbal attack against a child, and it must be treated as such. The NAACP Rochester chapter said in a statement, the Rochester Police Department investigated and submitting findings to the Rochester City Attorney's Office for consideration of a charging decision. Spokesman Amanda Grayson said the statement on Monday. Give Send Go did not immediately respond to the request from the Associated Press, but they responded real quick for Brother Hinton, right? They responded real quick for him. It says some say defending the woman defends racism. The donations did not surprise Dr. Henry Taylor, director of the Center of Urban Studies at the University at Buffalo. But shifts in the political and culture climate have emboldened some people to express racist and bigoted views against people of color or those they consider outsiders. A more recent backlash from the White House to corporate boardrooms against diversity, equality, and inclusion in initiatives have amplified those feelings. The racism hovering beneath the surface comes from blame, Taylor said. People are given someone to hate and someone to blame for all the problems and challenges that they are facing themselves, Taylor said. The volume of monetary contributions in the Rochester case reminiscent of the surge of support for individuals like Kyle Rittenhouse, Daniel Penny, and George Zimmerman. Rittenhouse, Penny, and Zimmerman were cleared of wrongdoings or legal found to have acted in self-defense or in defense of others. Penny and Zimmerman, after the death of a black victim, and Rittenhouse, after fatally shooting two white protesters at a racial justice demonstration against police. Backlash against cancel culture persists. In the woman's case, see, and this is what people done forgot. They done supported all these white supremacists and made them millionaires, some even probably billionaires, right? And they don't got to work for the rest of their goddamn lives. But we can't support a brother that brought forth justice and revenge. He brought justice that he knew he wasn't going to get from this so-called quote-unquote justice system. He brought revenge that he knew he wasn't going to get from this so-called justice system, because they're going to make that cop another millionaire. The same one that canceled his son. The hell with cancel culture. These niggas is canceling our lives, right? In a woman's case, well, I don't need to read the rest of this. Y'all get the picture, man. Y'all get the picture. You know what I'm saying? Y'all want to add anything to it?
I want to say something, man. It shows you though again that this nation, this place that we're in, they don't give a dang about the so-called black man. You got these coons, these Christians around here that's talking about, well, what about the white man? What about the white man? To hell with the so-called white man, right? We need to, again, like the brother said, we need to look to the Most High, because that's the only way we're going to get out here, returning back to our culture and our heritage. From this, in this Bible, you so-called blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans. Understand this: the so-called white man don't give a damn about you, right? The justice system don't care about you, right? So you need to come back to the Most High and keep these commandments. And I want to bring out this precept to ensure we not talking about go do this or go do that, exact vengeance on anybody. But this Romans chapter 12 verse 19, dearly beloved, avenge not yourselves, but rather give place unto wrath, for it is written, vengeance is mine, I will repay, saith the Lord. So the Lord, he's going to repay these devils everything that they have done to us, right? That's what the Bible says, right? But with that, I yield.
God. Yeah.
Come back out. Oh, my bad.
Come on, go ahead.
Yeah. You know what this remind me of? I don't know if y'all remember some years back. It was a brother by the name of Christopher Dorner. Y'all remember that? He was an ex-cop. And he pretty much killed all the cops that was or came after their families, their wives, and the cops themselves, you know, outside of the workplace, you know, to pretty much avenge himself on, you know, what they did to him in that police department. His name was Christopher Dorner. I don't know if anybody remembered that, but this would kind of remind me of, right? You know, the same way they handled Christopher Dorner is the same way they handled this brother, Hinton, right? Because if you go look that story up, they chased this man all over the damn country just to catch him. Like they had the whole, it's crazy because they had the whole damn near the whole country on alert just to find this man because he was military trained. They were scared of him, and I don't know if he ended up in upstate PA, if I'm not mistaken, or might have been upstate somewhere in Oregon or something like that. But I know he ended up somewhere miles and miles away from where they expected him to be. And he had everything planned out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now I remember. I didn't remember the name, but now I remember his face. I remember this thing. Yep.
That's him right there. Yep. And he had a whole manifesto and everything. You know what I'm saying? They had, so this whole situation just reminded me of this. Like, and I always was intrigued by this story, you know, because it reminded me of, like, you know, the ultimate revolt, the ultimate revolution. Like, this brother didn't give a damn about the consequences of what he was about to do. He was set on what he was about to, and he felt in his heart that what he was going to do was right. You know, in the same sense that, you know, this brother Hinton felt, you know, it was only right to take justice in his own hands, because he wasn't going to get justice from what, you know, this so-called justice system. You know what I'm saying? And this is what it reminded me of. You know what I mean? But the same way Esau handled him, they handled this brother Hinton. And try to intimidate him, you know, looking for his family, you know, put trash on his name and all types of things, man. But you see how I say Dorner killed 4 people and wounded 3 officers. But they didn't say anything about, you know, why he did it. You know, they suppressed his manifesto. They didn't release it for a long time. You know what I mean? But it's just crazy, man. And, you know, if this don't show you, you know, that we need to separate from America, I don't know what will, man. You know what I mean? Just like it says in Proverbs, how long ye simple ones we love simplicity. You know what I mean? Y'all love to be comfortable with the heathen. It's like a gift destroyeth the heart. A gift blind the eyes. Y'all have a little bit of freedom with the freedom y'all think y'all have. Y'all don't really have no freedom, right? And you complicit with this society. And that whole, oh, that's his problem, that whole attitude of, you know, oh, that's on them. You know, we really got to drop that shit within the black community. We really got to drop that within the Israelite community. You so-called blacks, Hispanics, Native Americans. That whole self attitude, oh, that's his problem, that's his household, oh, that's on them. He should never did that, blah, blah, blah. The same way the so-called white man is supporting this damn dog and calling this young brother a nigga, you know, a kid that had autism, right? Mind you, wasn't even granted. It's not like the kid put his hands on her child or her. You know what I mean? He did a minor thing, but just took something out the damn bag. And she called him a nigger. You know what I mean? It don't take much for these people to really show who they really are. It really don't take much. And then on top of that, the fact that, you know, it was a Christian funded, you know, what did it say in the article? It was funded by like a Christian church.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like that's wild, man. You know, but they want you to think that Jesus loves everybody, or what they call Jesus, right? It's crazy, man. it's just crazy. But and I want to just bring this one precept out in the Ezekiel real quick. I ain't gonna be too long. Ezekiel 39. Ezekiel chapter 39. And I'm gonna start at verse 19. It says, "And ye shall eat the fat until ye be full, and drink the blood till you be drunken of my sacrifice, which I have sacrificed for you." Right? And early in the chapter, it's talking about the animals that's going to eat the kings of these nations that the Most High destroyed and left them to devour. Right? That's just for context. It says, verse 20 says, "Thus ye shall be filled at my table with horses and chariots, with mighty men, and with all men of war, saith the Lord God. And I will set my glory among the heathen, and all the heathen shall see my judgment that I have executed, and my hand that I have laid upon them." Right? And this is what we look forward to, man. That judgment, because of these type of things right here, right? They have all, liberty to do and say what they want, because this is their kingdom, right? This is their time to rule, right? But soon the Most High is going to send his son back and destroy these damn nations, man. Destroy these people for the things that they've done and continue to do, right? And they support, and look at all these damn Edomites, like they scaring this brother. This brother ain't scared at all, man. Right? Trying to put fear in him. You know what I mean? It's this one Edomite. I think it's the first or second Edomite he looked at in the video. That nigga was red as hell, trying to intimidate him. He said, "Nah, bro, you're not intimidating me." You know what I mean? We not scared of you, man. We not scared, especially us being backed by the Most High. Just wait till that happens, right? I'm gonna just finish that out. Verse 22, it says, "So the house of Israel shall know that I am the Lord their God from that day forward." And from that day forward, when the Most High destroy these nations, man, and burn them with fire, just like the brother brought out earlier in Judith, right? I wanted to bring out a precept in Sirach 7 and 17. It says, the inheritance of the wicked is death and worms. Roughly paraphrasing. I've got it right here. Salaki. Sirach 7 and 17. It says, "Humble thy soul greatly, for the vengeance of the ungodly is fire and worms." Salaki. Right? Fire and worms. That's what the ungodly is going to inherit, man. But that's all I wanted to say on that. It just reminded me of the brother Christopher Dorner, and him taking vengeance in his own hands. In turn, of course, we don't advocate for any, violence. But, a man, I didn't lose my son, so I can only speak but so much on how he felt in his situation. You know what I mean? I feel for the brother. I could say I would go probably the same route, and it would be hard not to, with any man for that matter. You know what I mean? Especially if you see the video and nothing that your son did provoked the cop to pull the trigger and take your son's life, or nothing that your son did was even understandable. I could see if he turned around and he was let off 3 shots. My son did that. You know what I mean? But no. You know what I mean? It's just I feel the father, man. I feel for fathers, man, especially like this. I could fully understand why this brother did this, because over the years and looking at this justice, what this nation called the justice system, was really not any justice for our people, for that matter. How can you have any faith in that? You know what I mean? And then looking at the history of everybody getting off for murdering innocent people. Just as recent, the sister Sonia Massey, that one really sticked out for me. The sister that got shot in her face, told her to drop the hot pot of water. She dropped it. She rebuked him in the name of Jesus, and blew her damn brains out in her own kitchen when she called them for help, man. So I could see how this brother went that route. But I yield.
Yeah, I just want to read this real quick. This is the other article I had. GoFundMe removes fundraisers for Rodney Hinton Jr., man accused of killing a deputy after officers killed his son. This Yahoo News. Rodney Hinton Jr. is accused of running down a deputy in Ohio with his car on May 2nd after viewing body cam footage of his son's shooting. The popular online fundraising platform GoFundMe is apologizing after multiple fundraisers for Rodney Hinton Jr., a man in Ohio accused of killing a deputy after accused officers killed his son, were launched and raised thousands within days of his arrest. It says on Monday, May 5th, Ohio Fraternal Order Police released a letter demanding the GoFundMe takedown fundraisers supporting the 38-year-old suspect, WPTV reported. They were all removed by Tuesday. But why they don't got the same energy for that racist white woman, right? Why did the Fraternal Order of Police didn't send them that Christian site thing? Or maybe they should Rodney Hinton family should open up a GoFundMe on that Christian GoFundMe site. Maybe it'll work better over there if they turn in the cheek for everybody, right? What the hell this came in? It says Ohio Ohio FOP President Jay McDonald said in the letter it was absolutely outrageous to fundraise off the assassination of law enforcement officer. The 23,000 members of the Fraternal Order Police Ohio demand that GoFundMe take these appeals down immediately. The police told the outlet that a representative from GoFundMe reached out within hours of receiving the letter and apologized for attempt misuse of the GoFundMe platform. According to the representative, any campaign that seeks to raise money for someone who is accused of committing a violent crime goes against their terms. So calling a black a 5-year-old child a nigger is not a hate crime. So I guess you can do hate crimes, but not violent crimes. Does hate get charged with violent? Is it? I don't know. Right? It says, I can assure you that there will be zero tolerance for this kind of behavior on our platform, the rep said. Once again, Deputy Henderson, Harry and the Hendersons, and his family are in our thoughts and prayers. But see, nobody's talking about Ryan Hinton. Ryan Hinton was the child, right? Nobody's putting him in the prayers, right? Where's the GoFundMe for him and his family that need to bury him? Where's that GoFundMe? Right? It says the whole ordeal stems from a tragic series of events that begin on May 1st when Hinton's 18-year-old son, Ryan Hinton, was shot and killed by an unarmed Cincinnati police officer. Police allege Ryan had a gun during the encounter. The following day on May 2nd, after seeing body cam footage of the shooting, Hinton is accused of deliberately running Deputy Harry and the Hendersons down with his car and killing him. During the incident, the deputy was directing traffic near the University of Cincinnati during the school's graduation activities. Hinton was arrested on May 2nd and charged with aggravated assault. The following day, during his first hearing, a judge ordered him to be held without bond, asserting that his actions on May 2nd were calculated and premeditated. ABC News reported he was denied bond again in a subsequent hearing on May 6th. During a hearing on Thursday, May 8th, he was indicted on new additional charges, including 2 counts of aggravated murder, 1 count of murder, and 2 accounts of felony assault, according to WCPO. If convicted, Hinton could be facing capital murder. As of now, a trial date has not been set, but the grand jury is scheduled to convene on May 12th to deliberate further. Hinton GoFundMe campaigns have been removed at a time when several online fundraisers of high-profile controversial individuals have been garnering headlines. Give Send Go is facing criticism for currently hosting an online campaign for Shiloh Hendricks, a white woman who, after footage of her targeting a black child on a playground with racist slur, leaked and launched a fundraiser. They have also received flack for hosting a campaign for Carmelo Anthony, a 17-year-old boy accused of fatally stabbing an opponent at a track meet in Texas. So I think his family should definitely try to get with that Christian GoFundMe, because I think they do a better job than GoFundMe. But last scripture, Jeremiah 16:16, man. Okay.
It's the book of Jeremiah, chapter 16 and verse 16. It says, "Behold, I will send for many fishers, saith the Lord, and they shall fish them."
And that's what we're doing. We're fishing out. We're the fishermen.
Okay.
Right? We're fishing out God's chosen people to come back to his laws, statutes, and commandments and follow God and receive the blessings that's written in Deuteronomy 28, verse 1 to the 14th verse. Right? To the 14th verse. These are the blessings that we are trying to receive. Not only those blessings, but the whole kingdom, man. The whole earth. This is what we're trying to do. Right? Okay, so it's fishing season. It's still fishing season, y'all. Go ahead.
God. It says, "And after will I send for many hunters, and they shall hunt them from every mountain and from every hill and out of the holes of the rocks."
So after that is hunting season. I thought I saw a wabbit, right? I thought I saw a wabbit. It's hunting season now. Okay, the Lord is going to raise up hunters. All right, we're going to turn our farming tools into tools of war. That's what the Bible says. Right? Go ahead.
Verse 17, it says, "For mine eyes are upon all their ways. They are not hid from my face, neither is their iniquity hid from mine eyes."
So there's no way you can run. There's no way you can hide. Judgment is coming. Race wars is coming. Civil war is coming. World War III is coming. And if any pastor or so-called prophet or whatever reverend is telling you different, they are not sent by the Lord. Because Jacob's trouble is coming, and it's going to be like something we have never seen. Right? And judgment is coming to this place, and there's nobody that can stop the Lord's arrows because he already bent his bow. You understand? And there's no way you can hide. You can't go into your bunkers, because you got to think about it. When you come back out of them bunkers, there's going to be some angels waiting on you. You know what I'm saying? You're going to have the X-Men and the Avengers waiting on you. Right? You come out of those bunkers, you try to go up past the firmament. You know, you try to rest on the moon, rest on the stars. You got another thing coming to you. Right? So the Most High said there's no way you're going to escape. So all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High. Anybody got anything else to say? I just want to close with that. All praises. Let me just give y'all some dates real quick, because we got this coming up this month. You got the new moon coming up on the 26th, right? New moon 26th, okay, of this month, third month, 5/26, right? Then you got the 18th. The 18th. Let me start off with that first. 5/18 is the day of Simon Maccabees, the feast of Simon Maccabees. Then you got the new moon 5/26, right? Then we have Pentecost, which will be the start of it will be the 30th, is the seventh Sabbath. But we're going to be hosting it, at least in Georgia, the 31st during the closing of it, right? Because it's a little bit more easier for people to get you know, is a lot of traveling out here in Georgia. Easier way for brothers and sisters to travel to a further area since we lost the school. So just letting y'all know, the 18th is the Feast of Simon. The 26th is the 26th is the new moon, and the 30th begins Pentecostal, the Feast of First Fruits. So mark it down on your calendar. If you don't have the calendar, go to the Servants. Look for the Servants 144. The Servants 144 on Instagram, and you'll see that the calendar is pinned to the top, right? So any donations, please send it to the Servants, $, the Servants, and Cash App. The GoFundMe will be up and running again. I don't know what happened to it. They did one of them moves on us, you know what I'm saying? But I got to look up for that GoFundMe again. Try to get that back up and running. We're trying to travel really before we even get a new school. So just understand that, Israel, we're trying to pull up to the cities near you, you know, and especially where we got the body at. So all praise, honor, glory to the Most High. Yahweh Ba'Shem Mashiach Yahweh Shah. Shabbat Shalom to the 12 tribes. And Kum Yashala.
Kum Yashala.
Come.
Kum Yashala.